the Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra-biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy, you're invited. Come on in, come on in.
The East is where we're from.
Shalom, shalom.
The 12 tribes of Israel.
Blessings.
In 721 BC, the Assyrian king, he took us down, we fell. With a great escape, we went through the Euphrates.
Good evening.
The Lord held the water.
Well, it depends on what side of the earth you're on.
To a land where no mankind dwelt, we went. The 12 tribes of Israel. Who we be Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico,
Nepali from the Isles of Hawaii.
The Lord is calling back Israel. Babylon from Panama, the North American Indians.
Come on.
Simeon, the Dominicans, the highest gathering Israel.
The Most High's Gather in Israel. I'm Elder Rawchaa, the Gathering of Christ Church, here with our weekly broadcast. Would like to say blessings to my brothers and sisters throughout the four corners of the earth. Shalom. Yes, this evening we will unpack a serious discussion that's well overdue. So many people come into the knowledge of the truth, trying to figure out what's going on in the earth, what side to be on, and how to prepare for this change. The change is what? The end of this world. In preparation, we must be in preparation for the world to come. There's no doubt, brothers and sisters, we're living in the last days, and we're here to edify. We're here to edify. Do us a favor. Please hit the like button. And as I unpack this particular lesson or discussion this evening, we're going to have leaders from different parts of the earth from the Gathering of Christ Church. We're going to have them all come chime in during our Zoom interaction for this very important broadcast this evening. Shalom, shalom, hit the like button. And this is what I'm going to jump right into. We're in week 7 next week of our Hebrew and Bible Academy. We have 6 full weeks. We're still allowing people to come in, but this academy, I'll tell you, a lot of information is coming out in this. And if you're not in the academy, you are definitely missing some serious news, some serious lessons. None like any other lessons on earth. A lot of what we teach is no longer allowed to be taught to some degree, even on this platform. Okay, we don't hate. We don't discriminate and curse people out. I mean, if we were your prototypical Israelites, they would allow us to be out there irate and acting a fool. Guess what? Without any censorship. And I'm going to dive all into that. If we were calling white people the devil, if we were saying that people were going to get whipped and all these other things, which shouldn't be allowed on YouTube, there would be no censorship for A Gathering 144. But because we bring the gospel of Christ and connect the dots and get in front of what the elite Satanists are doing to warn the people before you're tricked, is why they continually what? Censor this particular channel. Other people out there can talk about the ill effects of the jabby jab or whatever the case is that you would like to talk about. We're not allowed to even talk about it here, even if we're dealing with it from a perspective of knowing people who probably didn't have a good outcome making those choices. We're not allowed to talk about that, okay? But I digress. What is the lesson today? And get into the Hebrew Bible Academy. Go to historytimes.org to enroll. All right. Now, before diving into this topic, what is an Israelite? Israelites defined. Okay. Why am I going into this? Now, before I go into this, I would like to first and foremost give all praise and honor to the God of all gods, the God of the Hebrews. Lawya is his name. I would also like to thank the Almighty for sending Christ, Yeshua, to shed his blood. That's right, folks, for the nation of Israel to give us another opportunity at this rulership power thing. That's right, folks. It's through Christ's blood we get another opportunity in the kingdom to come. And if it wasn't for his blood, we would stay in continual, perpetual servitude to the other nations. I'd like to thank the Most High for sending his son Christ to die for the sins of our nation, the Lamb without blemish. And I thank the Most High to have eyes to see, ears to hear, and a brain that can process to edify. Hit that like button. All right. All right. And of course, we're under a shadow ban, so I'm going to need all the help we can get from you all this evening. You're going to find out that this particular topic, the way we're going to break it down, will be very, very effective for all of you brothers and sisters who are seeking to get those you care about, your loved ones, to actually understand what this is. Tonight's lesson, make sure you share it to people you've been having an issue explaining the truth to. Israelites, what is an Israelite? Israelites defined, and we must get in front of this. Why? The enemy have shaped the narrative concerning what is an Israelite. The media have shaped a negative image concerning Israelites. What are they, a cult? What are they, crazy? What is it, a religion? What is this? Are they Muslim? Are they Christian? Are they Jews? Let me tell you, the media have gone through great lengths to try to associate the awakening of Israelites with Nazis. How do you thread that needle? Our people had nothing to do with Hitler. Okay? let's make it clear. White people were in position, including Jewish powerful whites over in Europe when Hitler gained authority, political authority. He didn't tyrannically make his way into that office. The people put him there, white people. And how can you thread this needle some decades later to make it look as if every time the word Nazi is explained here in America, it's associated with the people who were being oppressed at the same time here in America when Hitler was living? How do you thread that needle? And see, this is why we must get in front of this, folks, because if we don't make a clear defining of Israelites for people to actually what? Constructively understand, they'll buy into the lying narratives of the media. They'll buy into it. And this is why we have our leaders from all over the earth. They're going to chime in and we're going to talk about this, because I think they're going to try to do something in the very future and blame it on Israelites. Right? Don't be surprised if they try to make it seem as if there's some Al-Qaeda or some terrorist group fermenting amongst Israelites. You heard it here first. They've already began to prime the pump and shape the narrative. And a lot of our people who disagree with the awakening anyway are going to jump on board and believe exactly what the media is propagating. I knew something was wrong with that. I knew something was wrong with what you was doing. And even the people that aren't paying attention, or you thought weren't paying attention, are going to come with all the negative fodder that the media will give them to rival or come against you. Even the people you thought wasn't looking. I mean, you heard about this thing about the Israelites and what happened in that building? Because people, and unfortunately, not all, but a lot of people are what? Lazy thinkers. They would rather be downloaded with the evil that comes and the misappropriated lies that come from the media, instead of doing some careful research themselves concerning what is an Israelite. Speaking of an Israelite, my brother Lawya, how are you doing this evening, sir?
Shalom, sir. I'm doing very well. How about yourself?
I'm chopping at the bit. I'm sorry I'm a little late, but I wanted to make sure I had everything lined up to really give the appropriate presentation for this important broadcast. And so, I'd rather, instead of rushing it, I wanted to make sure everything was lined up so that there's total clarity concerning Israelites by the end of this broadcast. All right?
Yes, indeed.
So, the Most High isn't the author of confusion, right? So let's start off here. What is an Israelite? What is an Israelite, right? Because some people get things conflated, right? They think that the awakening and blacks identifying as Jews or Israelites, right, is some way associated with Judaism. And I hope to clear that up. We're going to hope to clear that up within this broadcast too, right? So, what is an Israelite? Let's start with Webster, if you can, if you will. I'm going to pull this up real quick. Let's start with the Webster Dictionary. What is an Israelite? Are they some crazy, deranged people with no identity, just racist people, are they the black example of the radical nationalist KKK, like the media is seeking to frame, right? So let's start here, right? Israelite, the Webster's Dictionary. Israelite, this is quite simple. A descendant of the Hebrew patriarch Jacob. Now let's unpack that for a moment. So this isn't belief or what religion you are a part of, right? It's descent. It's lineage. So that means if you are a descendant of Jacob, regardless of the religion you associate yourself with, you're still an Israelite. Let's start there. A Chinese person who decides to become a Muslim, and there are many out there, right? There's Chinese Muslims. I've seen them over in Egypt. Folks, they don't identify, they're not Arabs just because they what? They have faith towards an Arab religion or Arab belief. It doesn't change the fact that they're from the families of Japheth. And I think that's what a lot of people get confused. They see the word Israelite and automatically they think, oh, it's a religion thing. They must have been converted into something crazy, right? When really the crazy thing we were converted into through usually force is the religions the Most High is calling us out of. See? So Israelite isn't a belief, right? Israelites are people. That means in order to be an Israelite, you must be from the Hebrew patriot Jacob. Let's start there for those who didn't know about Israelites, right? Now, check this out. Let's go to the word lineage. Lineage, right? Lineage. Descent in a line from a common progenitor. Progenitor is through what? The father's bloodline, right? Father to son, progenitor. This is why when you go into the table of nations in the Bible, even in the book of Matthew, the 1st chapter, Luke, the 3rd chapter, you'll see what? Lineage. You'll see lineage, right? Like for instance, let me show you real quick. Let's go to Matthew, the 1st chapter, right? Real quick, let me move this out of the way here. All right. If you will, Elder, let me pull you in here. All right. I'll just keep that there. That's fine. Let's go to Matthew, the 1st chapter.
Yes, sir.
So when it says progenitor, all right, let's start at Matthew 1, verse 1.
Yes, sir. The book of Matthew 1 and 1. The book of the generation of Jesus Christ, the son of David, the son of Abraham.
So again, it starts off the New Testament, our Lord and Savior, with identifying him through lineage. It has nothing to do with the religious practices of the Hebrews. There was many sects, different religious persuasions who were Israelites even during the time of Christ. So when you look at it, it says the book of generation of Jesus Christ, the son of David, the son of Abraham. Which means, if you try to identify an Israelite through the mother, altogether, that loses the lineage because it's the man who bear the seed. If you notice today, Jewish people identify as Jewish according to whether or not their mothers are Jewish. And they can do so that way. You know why they can do so that way? I'm going to let them tell you why they do it that way. Because it's really not about identifying with the lineage of the Israelites. It's more so a religious practice among converts. They don't have to link in through the father because they're not Hebrews. But in order under their religion to be identified as an Israelite, it must be through the mother. That's just a religious practice amongst Judaism. Most people are confused at this, and they think because Jewish people say they're Jews and they read Jew in the Bible, that automatically the Europeans must be Israelites. And we're here to clear it up. Because it's very rare that you will hear white Jewish people state that they're from the bloodline of Abraham, Isaac, and or Jacob. Okay? So as you can see, Jesus Christ, the son of David, the son of Abraham, and it goes all the way down to who? Jacob begat Joseph, the husband of Mary, of whom was born Jesus, which means if Judah did not lose the throne during the Babylonian takeover, before Christ was born, Joseph would have been king of Israel through the lineage. So this is what make Christ king. It's through lineage. It's not through religion. It's not through a belief or a faith system. What makes Christ king is why he's from the bloodline of kings, the bloodline of Judah. Now let's go to Luke 3 real quick. Let's go to Luke real quick. Matter of fact, hold on. Hold on. Let's get the lineage out of Luke. When you go to Luke 3, as you can see, it starts what? It starts from the bottom, Luke 3:38. God, Adam, Seth, Enos, all the way. When you go up to who? Heli, who was what? The father of Joseph. And the reason why that name is different is because Heli died. And who? Heli died and someone came in its place. Jacob came in to bear seed for Heli. Joseph, and then Jesus. So now when we go back to the definition of lineage, it states descent in a line from a common progenitor. So you must be from Jacob, the father, patriarch Jacob, to be considered a physical Israelite. Now then that brings into question, how is it that black people or indigenous people of America are identifying with Jacob? That's the conversation they don't want to have. See? They don't want to have that question. They don't even want to discuss this through the media. They don't want this particular dialogue. Why? Because it would bring into question what's going on over there in the Middle East with people, Europeans, identifying as Israelis. And if they're not from the bloodline of Jacob, what are they over there? What justify them being over there fighting over a land that doesn't belong to them? They do not want this question, and they don't want to deal with what it would mean for them politically from an international standpoint, because they are claiming justification. The claim of justification is that they're Israel and that there's a long promise given to Abraham and they're the people over there. So they don't want that particular question to come into sight because it have nothing to do with religion, more so than what? Heritage. And when it comes to heritage, we would realize that land also belongs to the children that comes directly through the line of Jacob. So while we're struggling over here, not a pot to pee in or a window to throw it out, you come to realize when you do the research that we're the people, that's right, who actually own land that was ancient land that was promised, that have nothing to do with Africa. They would rather we identify with Africa. Why? Because there's no inheritance according to the Bible concerning that area. That was a land we ran into running from Roman persecution. The heritage was Israel through the bloodline the whole time. Now, I've unpacked a lot. Now, I've made it pretty clear that Israelites are the people in the Bible, right? We have a lot to talk about this evening. And you must be from what? The lineage of Jacob, right? Now, since they refuse to have this conversation publicly on mainstream television, they'll talk at us and talk around us or talk about us, but will never engage publicly. And that's intentional so that they can shape the narrative. So what I'm going to do is present to you all, we're going to have them come and tell us what is Judaism and what do Jews believe. Got questions? Well, this is fair use for educational purposes only. So let's hear this from a Jewish perspective. Fair use.
What is Judaism and what do Jews believe? What is Judaism and who or what is a Jew? Is Judaism simply a religion? Is it a cultural identity or just an ethnic group? Are Jews a clan of people or are they a nation? What do Jews believe? And do they all believe the same things?
Hit the like button.
Dictionary definitions of a Jew include a member of the tribe of Judah and Israel.
Now I need y'all to break this down now. Now you see how it's simple when it comes to lineage and being from the 12 tribes of Israel, from how it should be defined. Now let's see how being a Jew is defined through those within Judaism. Hold on one moment. Someone popped in here. Let me see who that is. Pull me in, please. All right, I'm going to pull you in, Gaja. Elder Gaja is on the side. All right, let me see if I can pull him in. Add. There he is. I'm pulling you in, Gaja. Come on in. I'm chopping at the bit here. All right, guys, I'm going to give you a couple of more minutes. It's just spinning. Nothing is happening. Say something, Gaja. All right, I'm going to try to bring you in once more, Gaja. And are you there? Are you there, Gaja? If so, unmute.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Where's your video?
Right? My Skype literally just kicked out just as you were calling me. Literally kicked me off and asked me to restart. One second.
Okay. Okay, your audio isn't consistent. Make sure your mic is in front of you, please. Because I'm diving in.
Right here. Well, that's better. Can you hear me better there? Check.
Yes,
Check,
I can hear you. Now move the mic back from you a little bit.
All right.
Make sure it's
Check here. Let
steady.
me just try.
Okay. Move it back because there's too much bass in there.
Okay.
Or I'd rather you just use are you using your phone?
Yes, sir. Yes. Can you hear me better now? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I would rather you use the audio in your phone.
All right. Let me come off of this one second.
Yeah. Just use the audio in your phone opposed to that.
Okay. All right. Sound check. How's that sound? Better?
Okay, that's 100% better. How you doing, Gaja?
I'm good, Elder. I'm good, man. I'm good, thank you.
All right.
Joining into this discussion right now. I'm very excited.
Okay, I am very excited too. So now we're going into real quick. We're going to figure out here, right? According to Jewish people, what is a Jew? Number one, they say that a Jew is a member of the tribe of Judah. Now, according to the original definition, that is correct. An Israelite is from the seed of Jacob according to lineage. That is correct, right? This is how one identifies as a Jew, but what they're not going to do is tell you which of these is the marker or identifier for them as Jews, to conflate the matter. So they'll leave it where it's up to you to determine which of these they come from. Okay. So they are correct. A member of the tribe of Judah. But the people we see over there today aren't from the tribe of Judah. Or an Israelite. They're not Israelites. They're Israelis as what? As citizens of a new state. A new colony created in the Middle East called Israel. But they're not Israelites because Israelites only mean lineage. It doesn't matter where an Israelite lives on earth, okay? It has nothing to do with the land you're on. It's whether or not you're from the bloodline of Israel and or Jacob, right? Let me straighten this out real quick. All right. Do me a favor, God, just center yourself as we go through this, if you don't mind. All right. Now, he's going to identify it, fair use.
Israelite, a member of a nation existing in the land of Israel from the 6th century BC to the 1st century AD.
Now we need to examine this. See, this is why it's important to know history. A member of a nation existing in the land of Israel from the 6th century BC to the 1st century, which means, think about this. Now it's becoming a little ambiguous. You don't have to be an Israelite, but as long as you were in the land between 6 BC and the 1st century when Christ came on the scene, then you can also consider yourself a Jew? Well, we know that there was an Edomite Idumean conversion in the 2nd century where white people converted into Judaism. Okay? So this includes them as Jews now. So by the time Christ comes on the scene, there's white people claiming Jewry through the Idumeans. Right? They don't mean they're Israelites. They're dealing with a belief or faith system.
A person belonging to a continuation through descent or conversion of the...
Now, don't allow them to conflate this. A person belonging to a continuation through descent. You can only be an Israelite through descent. But then they throw in something that will allow them to have place within Jewry. Or conversion of the ancient Jewish people, which means you can be a white Irishman or a white German. You can be a white Englishman and convert to Judaism. The same way a black person can convert to Islam and not be Arab. They can convert to what? Judaism and not be Israelite. See this? It's conversion. That means I was something else yesterday and decided to become something different tomorrow. A bloodline Israelite cannot decide to do that. Okay? You are who your father is. You have no say in the matter. You can't, it's not a belief system. It's a bloodline right. See? Now, why they don't want us to stake claim to that is what we're going to open it up to in a couple of seconds. Why is it that they want us to honor more so the converted Jewish people than the natural descent Israelite people? And I need you to put a marker on that, elders, Elder Lawya and Elder Rawchaa, because we need to unpack that. Why more so they would like us to acknowledge those who converted instead of finding the original people of descent. Right?
Ancient Jewish people, and one whose religion is Judaism.
And hold up now, here's a new one now. Because Christ knew no information like this when he was living. One whose religion is Judaism? And one whose what?
According to rabbinical Judaism,
Oh no!
a Jew is one
Oh no! We have to pull that back.
version of the ancient Jewish people, and one whose religion is Judaism.
One whose religion is Judaism. So if what? If an Arab man or an Iranian Persian man decided to convert to Judaism, he could now be considered a Jew, even though he's not of the lineage of the people within the book. It seemed like they would like to acknowledge every other type of Israelite or Jew outside of the descent people. See?
According to rabbinical Judaism, a Jew is one who has a Jewish mother or one who has formerly converted to Judaism.
Hold up now. Hold up. Because we know, let's go back for those who just came in. We're going back to the dictionary here. We know that an Israelite is a descendant of the Hebrew patriarch Jacob. Jacob in the Old Testament had 12 sons who became the 12 tribes of Israel. Descent through the father. And that develops a bloodline, a chosen bloodline, a descent according to lineage in a line from a common progenitor, a father. So you can only identify as an Israelite, according to the Bible, according to the Torah, even according to the New Testament, only if you have a father that's an Israelite. But they did something different. They're telling us that rabbinical Judaism, that your mother must be Jewish or formerly a convert or formerly converted to Judaism. You cannot identify a nation through the mother. How many of how many of you knew this?
A Jew is one who has a Jewish mother or one who has formerly converted to Judaism. Leviticus.
So you must have a Jewish mother, which is contrary to how you identify the Israelites in the Bible. A woman does not bring forth a seed or a nation. Okay? A woman is like the earth. Whatever seed is planted in the earth, it brings forth. Okay? For instance, when you put a orange seed in the ground, it doesn't come up part orange and part earth. The seed comes out of the soil, and you identify the tree based on the seed. See how that works? So it's impossible to identify Israelites if you are determining who are Israelites through the mother. Because suppose the mother slept with a black guy or an Arab guy. She's still Jewish. And now the child is Jewish with a different ethnicity altogether. Like Lenny Kravitz. And like others who have a white Jewish mother, whatever the case, and may mix with a black man. Okay? Like Drake. Like Drake right now. Right? He identifies as a Jewish person through his mother, even though his father is a different race altogether. Now you see how confusing and conflated that could be if you don't follow how to identify an Israelite according to the Bible. Fair use.
24:10 is often cited to give this belief credibility, although the Torah makes no specific claim in support of this tradition.
Hold up. They're using scripture now, Elder Lawya. Elder Lawya, get Leviticus 24 and 20.
Yes, sir.
Now, folks, the confusion is intentional. Now, just say if you are identified as an Israelite or a Jew according to all these particular bullet points they have shown. What Israelite would be a threat to their authenticity? I need y'all to think about this. What Israelite would be a threat to their authenticity if they're only there through conversion? The true Israelite that's here through the patriarchs, through the progenitors, through the fathers, who have a greater claim to the land than they do. Hold up, let's pause it for one moment. I'm going to pause it for one moment. I need y'all to think about that. If you don't have a fair right to something because you're not according to the bloodline, then what people are a threat to you? The people who can stake claim according to lineage. Is it starting to pop up in your mind to why they try to demonize our people from identifying as Israelites? See? Because Israelites have a greater claim to what they're fighting for over there than they do. Now, if you will, Elder Lawya, he mentioned a scripture that gives claim, according to rabbis, that through the Torah, Leviticus 24 and 10, it tells us that the bloodline of a Hebrew is through the mother. Right? That's what he said, right?
Right.
Okay, so I'm going to Leviticus 24 and 10 because, again, they expect people to be what? Lazy listeners without researching. And if you don't research, you would believe that's the scripture that gives them verification for allowing a Hebrew to be determined through the mother's bloodline, when that doesn't exist in the word of God. Okay, so let's go to Leviticus real quick. I'm going there. Leviticus 24, verse 10. Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. The book of Leviticus 24 and 10. And the son of an Israelitish woman, whose father was an Egyptian, went out among the children of Israel.
Read it again.
And the son of an Israelitish woman, whose father was an Egyptian, went out among the children of Israel.
And it says, and the Israelitish, read it, and the son of a Israelitish woman. How can you use this scripture to say this is how you determine who Israelites or Jews are today? Through the mother. When this is only talking about an Israelitish woman whose father was an Egyptian. That means her father was an Egyptian and her mother was probably an Israelite, but she's still an Egyptian because her father is an Egyptian. So again, this scripture has nothing to do with identifying an Israelite according to the father or the mother. But they don't expect you to actually read the scripture. Right? So again, liars. And how are they lying? They are lying through omission and expect you to be what? A lazy listener. Oh, Leviticus 24 and 10. So what they're saying must be in the Bible. This scripture didn't say you must determine who's a Jew or Israelite through your mother. It's just saying this woman was an Israelitish woman whose father was an Egyptian. That's all that said. She was mixed. But she's still what? If her father is an Egyptian, she's from Mizraim. She's not a Hebrew. She's not an Israelite. Okay? So that's a lie. And we're going to listen to what they have to say. Right?
Although the Torah makes no specific claim in support of this tradition.
So why would you put the scripture up there then? If the Torah make no claim that you are determined a Jew through your mother, why even put the scripture up?
Some rabbis say that it has nothing to do with what the individual actually believes. These rabbis tell us that a Jew does not need to be a follower of Jewish laws and customs to be considered Jewish. In fact, a Jew can have no belief in God at all and still be Jewish based on the above rabbinical interpretation. Other rabbis make it clear that unless a person follows the precepts of the Torah...
Oh, so check this out, Elder Lawyer, and I need y'all to give me your opinion on this one real quick.
...to give this belief credibility, although the Torah makes no specific claim in support of this tradition. Some rabbis say that it has nothing to do...
So obviously they're on a line on how to identify as an Israelite. Some rabbis say this and some rabbis say that. That's ambiguous in of itself, right? So it has nothing to do with whether or not you believe the Torah.
...to do with what the individual actually believes. These rabbis tell us that a Jew does not need to be a follower of Jewish law.
And they don't have to follow the law. So they can have Jews who identify Jews who are immoral. Right? They don't follow the laws of the Torah. But yet they are protected politically as if they do. So what must they agree?
Right,
go ahead, Lawyer, what you had to say on that?
Yeah, just real quick, Lawya. I was just saying that they have a term for them called secular Jews.
Secular Jews. So if they don't have to follow law, Elder Lawyer, so what is the tie and bond that will allow them to be accepted? If they don't got to follow laws, because it's through us believing that they are the people of the laws and that they are the people who have a right to Israel is why Christians have backed them politically worldwide with that war over there in the Middle East. So if they don't have to believe in the book that gives them credibility, they don't have to believe in the Christ that actually have everyone, Christians, endeared to them. What is the tie that bonds even for them, for unbelievers? What do they must believe to still be accepted? And guess what? I'm putting that out rhetorically. They must believe in the political alliance of Jews. Right? They must protect one another under that alliance. See? Because obviously it's not the law. It's the laws in Christ and the doctrine and the lineage that connects us as Israelites. Right?
Laws and customs to be considered Jewish. In fact, a Jew can have no belief in God at all and still be Jewish based on the above rabbinical interpretation. Other rabbis make it clear that unless a person follows the precepts of the Torah and accepts the 13 principles of faith of Maimonides, Rabbi Moshe ben Maimon, one of the greatest medieval Jewish scholars, he cannot be a Jew. Although this person may be a biological Jew, he has no real connection to Judaism. In the Torah, the first 5 books of the Bible, Genesis 14:13 teaches that Abram, commonly recognized as the first Jew, was described as a Hebrew. The name Jew...
Now, let's clear that up. Abraham was never considered a Jew. What made him a Hebrew was being what? From the line of Eber. Eber is what? A lineage of the righteous. It's not a language. When the whole earth spoke what? Hebrew, because it was the original language. It was during the time of Eber where the whole earth was speaking until Peleg came, the Tower of Babel, the tongues were split, and it was through Abram's line they would keep the original language that comes through lineage. So Eber is what? Being a Hebrew means that you're from Eber, the man. See, it's still lineage. And it's still what? You got it. Through the progenitor. So no, another lie. Abram wasn't considered the first Jew. There's no such thing as Jew until Judah.
Comes from the name of Judah, one of the 12 sons of Jacob and one of the 12 tribes of Israel. Apparently, the name Jew originally referred to those who were members of the tribe of Judah. But when the kingdom was divided after the reign of Solomon, the term referred to anyone in the kingdom of Judah, including the tribes of Judah, Benjamin, and Levi.
That's true. And where are those people at? When are y'all going to start telling us who those people are? And put an emphasis on them. So it's not like they don't know.
Today, many believe that a Jew is anyone who is a physical...
Now what we're saying and can prove it, and King James can also prove it also, and Tinsdale and those who you claim are from the Dark Ages. When Esau doesn't forget anything, but all of a sudden there's a time period where everything is just cloudy and no one knows what happened during that time of history. When black people, when Jews who were identifying as Jews from the tribes of Israel were ruling in Europe. So what I'm staking claim to before you all, and I challenge anyone to try to claim that what we're saying isn't true, that the blacks in America are from Judah. The West Indies are Benjamin. The Haitians are Levi, and there's billions of us still left over in Africa till this day. And the indigenous people from the 10 tribes were here before the white man or the white Jewish man got here. Christopher Columbus was a white Spaniard Jew. And before he got here to the Americas, the 10 tribes were already here, and we can prove it. So why aren't you making an emphasis on those particular Israelites that comes through the lineage? Just putting out there, just a question.
Descendant of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, regardless of which of the original 12 tribes he descends from. So, what is it that Jews believe, and what are the basic precepts of Judaism? There are 5 main forms or sects of Judaism in the world today. They are Orthodox, Conservative, Reformed, Reconstructionist, and Humanistic. The beliefs and requirements in each group differ dramatically. However,
So there's the belief system, a structure in place for converts. Okay? Now, we thought the whole time in Christian churches, being black people, we were taught that we were Gentiles and that these white converts were Jews. That's what we were taught. We were taught this by them. We were taught this by them. I know you brothers are waiting. Y'all going to be waiting over in on Zoom. I'm going to bring y'all in a moment.
However, a short list of the traditional beliefs of Judaism would include the following. God is the creator of all that exists. He is one, incorporeal, without a body, and he alone is to be worshipped as absolute ruler of the universe. The first 5 books of the Hebrew Bible were revealed to Moses by God. They will not be changed or augmented in the future.
Oh yeah, and the first 5 books were given to the original 12 tribes of Israel, not converts. Okay? Let's make that clear.
God has communicated to the Jewish people through prophets. God...
No. We're not going to allow y'all to get away with that. Moses was from the tribe of Levi. Jeremiah was from the tribe of Levi. You have Israelites who are from what? The original 12 tribes of Israel. He did not communicate with Jewish people. He communicated with the 12 tribes of Israel and their prophets.
God monitors the activities of humans. He rewards individuals for good deeds and punishes evil. Although Christians base much of their faith in the same Hebrew scripture as Jews do, there are major differences in belief. Jews generally consider actions and behavior to be of primary importance. Beliefs come out of actions. This conflicts with conservative Christians for whom belief is of primary importance and actions are a result of that belief. Jewish belief does not accept the Christian concept of original sin, the belief that all people have inherited Adam and Eve's sin when they disobeyed God's instructions in the Garden of Eden.
So they're totally off if they don't believe that, because you can find that in the Old Testament.
Judaism affirms the inherent goodness of the world and its people as creations of God. Jewish believers seek to sanctify their lives and draw closer to God by fulfilling mitzvah, or divine commandments. Judaism says that no savior is needed or available.
Christians, listen to this and listen to this good. Look at the people you have been supporting and their belief systems. No savior is needed. Your Christ isn't needed for them. So why are you supporting it?
As an intermediary. The 613 commandments found in Leviticus and other books regulate all aspects of Jewish life. The 10 commandments, as delineated in Exodus 20, 1 through 17.
That's another lie. The 613 commandments is a lie. It's more a structure that's put in place using the Torah as well as the Babylonian Talmud.
And Deuteronomy 5, 6 through 21 form a brief synopsis of the law. The Messiah, anointed one of God, will arrive in the future and gather Jews once more into the land of Israel. There will be...
Okay, so if the Messiah is going to come and join you all into Israel, and y'all have Israel as a state now, where's your Messiah? Israel have been a state since 1948. You've been gathered in Israel. All Jewish people everywhere in the world have what? A right to what? Dual citizenship, just by birth if they're a child of a convert. So what was the Messiah who did this? See? They're doing this so that they don't have to actually explain to Christians why they're rejecting the Messiah. The true Messiah, which is Christ. If they tell me they're looking for a guy that don't exist and will never return, then that's their built-in excuse to why they don't accept the Messiah. And we're going to talk about that in a moment. Because if they don't accept our Messiah, why should we accept anything that they're dealing with?
Right.
Why? I'm just asking. Christ is the basis of everything for us. And if they reject him, why should we accept what they believe? Christians? And they're banking on your ignorance.
There will be a general resurrection of the dead at that time. The Jerusalem temple, destroyed in AD 70 by the Romans, will be rebuilt.
Hold up, by the Romans? What about the Romans who can now convert to Judaism? The same people who destroyed the temple is going to restore the temple? I'm going to show you how backwards that is. Here's the first step to convert to Judaism. What you need to know before contacting a rabbi. So just say if you are a white Irish woman whose both parents were Christians and decide that you want to be a Jew. Suppose you are descendants of the white Romans who destroyed Jerusalem and have benefited from the slavery of the Israelites who have built this whole world for you. And now you being what? The child of those who sacked Jerusalem can now do an end around, convert to Judaism and say that there's a right you have to the same land you destroyed. So here's the first steps to convert to Judaism. Now, if you're an Israelite, you can't convert to an Israelite because it's through your bloodline, folks. They're telling on themselves.
Hey, how you doing? What's up? Welcome to my channel, Jewish Education at Home. My name is Hannah, and I upload videos every Monday and Wednesday about Judaism, about spirituality, different parts, little tidbits of our life as Jews, homeschooling, all different aspects of Judaism. My husband has also a series about converting to Judaism. So let's get started here. What would be the first step to convert to Judaism? And this step comes way before you contact a rabbi, way before you take any concrete actions or concrete steps to actually start the conversion process.
Now, why am I bringing this out for you who are fairly new here, brothers and sisters? And believe me, this lesson is going someplace this evening. Why am I bringing this out? Because we thought that they were Jews. We thought that they were Jews. I heard you, Shawan. I'm gonna pull it up in a second. We thought that they were Jews based on the bloodline of their forefathers linking to the 12 tribes of Israel within the Bible. The whole time we were Christians in the church, we thought that they were the people not through conversion, but through bloodline. That's what they would have us believe. Right? Hold on. 1 second, Shawan. I'm going to send it to you now. A new link. 1 second. Shawan. That's the new link, Shawan, for those for the leaders who would like to come in. All right. I'm interested in hearing their perspectives. So there it is right there. So here it is. They made us believe that they were Jews because they were the people of the Bible. Now she's telling us if you are a Roman, a white German who want to switch from Christianity to Judaism, this is how you do it.
And that is that you need to have a desire to connect with God. The true God, the one God that created the world. That's who you want to connect with.
So you can't connect with that God through Christ? Huh?
This process of having a desire to
So if you've been connecting with God, who have we been connecting with? See, these are the questions that no one wants to answer. They sitting up observing us all up in the churches and praying and on our knees and being more religious than any people on earth. And they looking at us like, wondering, who are you praying to? Because according to her, you got to be Jewish to connect to God.
Connect with God, with the one God, can take years. And actually, one thing my husband wants to make sure to say was...
What you got, Gaja?
No, man, just listening to all of this commentary, man, it reminds me, bringing me back to that first interview that we did with the rabbi. And I think people need to go back and watch that, watch it in its entirety, even up to the end, because what he said in that was profound. And listen, you're thinking about it, man. I was 15 years ago, almost 16 years ago. With me, said, listen, problem here is, that I can accept you as a Jew. Problem is you accepting me as a Jew. And, that in itself, no, man, it's not that nobody can accept you as a Jew. Tell the people who you are. Tell the people who the real Jews are. You understand me? All of this, going around and talking to the side of your neck. You with me? And just lying, outright lying. So this is outright lies, Everything there is outright lies. You with me? I mean,
yeah, I'm with you.
And that is the deep thing. And just put out there, I think it should still be up. Just type in GOCC rabbi, not the first one, not the second one, sorry, the first one. Very first rabbi that we spoke to in Peace FM. You get me?
Yeah.
Because a lot of things were being brought out then that still stand true today. Everything that came out stands true today. With me? Okay, if you are the way to God, why aren't you out there telling everybody how to get to God then? Shouldn't you be doing that? You understand me?
Exactly.
And I was having this conversation the other day and I was saying to somebody, you know something? You know how it is. With me in Christ.
Do me a favor, Rawchaa, go on mute real quick. I'm going to bring you in a second.
Yes, sir.
All right, go on.
That's why Christ says, I'm the way, the truth, and life. No man comes to the Father without going to me. And the Most High devised it, set it up that way. Because if people could claim the law, saying that they're keeping the law for God, then what would be the purpose of Christ? What would be the purpose of having the Messiah? Get me?
Yeah.
And the Most High set it that way. So you can be out there keeping 613 laws, 650 laws, whatever you want to call it, and do it. But if you don't have the Messiah, if you don't have Christ, then you have a problem. Then there's a problem with you and your sanctity and your salvation. You get me?
Yeah.
So, listening to this stuff.
Go ahead.
Come on.
No. And I want to make it clear. We don't have any problem with how Jewish people or any other people choose to exercise their faith and or religion. That's their walk. So we're not here to get in the way of this. What we're here to do is we're here to cut the confusion, because most people conflate Israelites with what Jewish people believe without even knowing what Jewish people believe. Right? So what we're trying to do is we know that this is something that we would never agree with. But all in all, they got so many people out there thinking that what Jewish people practice have something to do with how the people in the Bible practiced, our forefathers practiced. And there's a clear difference between Israelites and those who have converted to Judaism. And that's what I wanted to make clear. Go on.
Just real quick, Elder. Shoot me that link for the Zoom. I'm gonna come off Skype. I'm having issues on this side, and I don't want to miss anything that's been said. Let me just jump over to Skype. Someone can hear me. Just shoot me the link to the
Okay, so this
Zoom.
is what I'm gonna do in the chat you in right now. If you will, right? I'll put the link right there in the chat. You can come out of that right now, and I'll bring you into Zoom.
Okay, let me do that right now.
You go to the chat at the bottom, and you just and just copy that, but make sure you let yourself out of Skype first.
Yes, sir.
All right. So now, all right, we got Elder Lawya here. We have the elders there. Right? So again, being an Israelite have nothing to do with being Jewish and or one who convert into a particular faith. I wanted to make that clear. Now, let's finish hearing what the white woman who is a convert is telling people how you can now become Jewish through conversion.
Was that the longer it takes, the stronger your foundation is when you actually do start the process.
So rabbis will determine when you're Jewish, okay? White rabbis who are converts themselves.
Of conversion. But you also don't want to wait too long, because then it just kind of drags out and it could cause frustration. But I think you would understand when the time is that you feel like, okay, I've connected to God enough. It's time to take the next step. So that's the step I want to talk about, is this desire to connect to God and learning about Judaism. And
now, this is all emotion she's dealing with. 9 times out of 10, this is how they're going to get women to convert into this. It's how you feel, the connection with God, as if you going to church didn't suffice. So this is all emotion right here, but I wanted to bring out the fact that the people in the Bible you can't convert to. You must be from the bloodline of those people. That's what I wanted to mention. Now, I want to show this real quick, right? What do we have here? Well, the same way white people can convert into Israelites and they're not Israelites, is the same way black people can convert into Islam and aren't Arabs. So you can have an Israelite who's from the 12 tribes of Israel, right? Who through faith can join a religion that has nothing to do with their forefathers, which means what? They're Muslim through faith, but they're still Israelites through bloodline. You can have a Christian who convert to Christianity, who from the 12 tribes of Israel, if they came in slave ships, or they're from the indigenous people who were conquered. They can be converted into Christianity. Their faith is Christianity, but their bloodline is Israelite. It have nothing to do with what religion you're following. And that's what we're clearing up this evening. So when you come in and people try to ask, well, what is an Israelite and all this, they'll go online and the haters and convert will put things out there that would make you believe that being an Israelite is a crazy person. But yet they won't do this for Jewish people. They won't do this for Arab people. They won't do this for anyone except our people who begin to self-identify. And that's what they fear. The self-identification with us linking back to our God, linking back to our laws to stake claim to what's rightfully ours. That's what a true Israelite is. And I'm going to show you all that according to the Bible. Now, check this out. Why thousands convert to Islam in prison each year. Now, what people are typically in number going to jail? The higher rates of jail is our people. Right? Fair use.
This morning, we have a new installment of our series. We call it The State of Spirituality with Lisa Ling, telling the stories of Americans making their unique journeys of faith and spirituality. So Lisa's back with a story about Islam and a part of America where this religion is rapidly growing.
So this is where it starts for us.
Most days, Rami Nassour heads to the post office to check his mailbox.
Wow, that's a lot.
Inside, a stack of letters from all over the country.
There's Texas,
Ohio, Florida, Colorado. So
US,
all of these are from prison.
they're all from prison.
Nassour is the founding director of the Taiba Foundation, the first organization in the U.S. to offer a distance learning program in Islamic education to prisoners.
How big is the need of
Christopher
Muslim
Anderson in
prison
Philadelphia
inmates seeking out Islamic education?
Now, folks, I need y'all to look at the people they are targeting in jails with Islam. And I need y'all to look at the guy they using to do that. Let's look at him. Let's look at him. Now, if I was to look at this guy on the surface, I wouldn't think he was an Arab. I would think he's what? Jewish. Well, I so happen to did a little background here to show you how what? How it works. How it works. You can be Jewish and convert to Islam. And now you can be in Islam and go and convert people in prison to Islam who are Israelites. So again, your belief and your faith have nothing to do with whether or not you are an Israelite. Right? I wanted to show that. Hold on. Real quick. 1 second. Let me see here. Okay, Zoom. Oh, he want me to let him into Zoom. All right. Admit. All right. Now, before I go into showing Israelites and how they showing Israelites in America today.
Not here. Nothing.
Not, yeah.
There we are. There we are.
Okay, Gaja, you got to put it on mute, young man. All right. I see you.
Oh, look.
Yeah, you're there. Mute. There you go. All right. All right. Let me bring in the elders real quick. The elders, a few elders and bishops of the Gathering of Christ Church. Let me bring them in through Zoom. Real quick. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Where are you? Yeah. Let me bring you in through Zoom real quick because I want to have this discussion with you all because I believe they are going to plan something that's going to make it where Israelites will become the new so-called face of terror in the United States. And that's why we have to be careful when they start throwing political words around like Nazi and begin to attach that to us. Okay, hold on. Let's see here. Zoom. All right, there you go. That's Gaja. All right, first let me bring in a few. Elder Rawchaa, if you can come on in and unmute real quick.
Shalom, Elder.
Shalom, how you doing, young man? Good to see you.
Yes, sir. I'm doing all right, sir. I'm doing all right. Just listening to the broadcast.
Okay, is there anything you wanted to chime in? Because it's about to ramp up when I start showing the Israelites in a moment. But thank you for coming in. Anything in particular that you wanted to bring out or talk about before I jump through these hurdles here?
No, sir. I just came in listening, and I was listening to Gaja and yourself. I just came in. I just remember Psalms 50:5 where it says, "Gather my saints unto me, those that have made a covenant with me by sacrifice." We are the only people who have done that. So, those people, the sacrifice that they're doing is unto the devil. You understand? And like you said, a lot of people try to equate us Israelites with all of these extremist groups and hate groups, but one, we're not racist. I don't know what Bible people are reading where other nations can't be saved. We just don't preach that doctrine, that message. And you know what I mean? We don't hate people, even though God says, I love Jacob and Esau have I hated. That's what he does. You know what I mean? And we just don't preach that message. You know what I mean? So we're trying to help people in our community. And you know what I mean? We just preaching the gospel of Christ. It's very simple. So like you said, I understand that they're going to try to paint us as extremists and terrorists. And so I think this is a great show that you guys are bringing out tonight just to take that image away from that they're trying to paint over us. I know Kanye is out there wearing these hoodies, and it's almost seemed like I don't know where he's going with this stuff, but he's kind of like because you just said the word Nazi, but it's almost like he's doing some of these things and not even knowing that they may use that against us too. So,
well, you know what? I'm going to show you how the Spirit of the Most High work.
Yes, sir.
Because in the midst of all of this, guess who I had up on the queue next?
Who was that, sir?
Kanye West.
Oh, well, that's a blessing.
No. I need you to check out why I have it up here, though, but it's different, right?
Okay.
Because first and foremost, Kanye West is an artist, right? I don't agree with how he go delivering his artistic messages politically.
Yes, sir.
Right? But it ain't about agreeing or disagreeing when it comes to art, right? When you look at a painting, right, that's abstract, there was a message the painter was actually trying to convey that most who understand the art will actually get from something that look like squiggly lines or whatever the case is. So
yes, sir.
I'm able to see what Kanye West is doing beyond how the media is trying to portray him from an artistic view.
Yes, sir.
Right? And I'm going to put it on the screen for everyone because it falls right in place to where things are going. And I believe you quantified it by actually asking that question, right?
Yes, sir.
Real quick, right? Here is an image right here. Here's an image right here of Kanye West, right? Now, check it out. He has on a white hood and a swastika, right? Now, from an artistic view of this, if I was to go back 2 or 3 decades, I would see this as more so a threat to black people. Wouldn't you?
Yes, sir. Back then, yes, sir.
But what's different? Because still I haven't seen KKK hanging any other people from trees since a few decades ago. So how is it now that there is no protection on the people, even till this day, who was threatened by this particular image? Now I'm going to leave it out there, right? Because I'm going to go here and I'm going to go back to Kanye. Albert Pike, white, Jewish man, right? Right? And when you type in KKK, look what it says here. When the Ku Klux Klan was revived in 1915. Now, what was going on with black people in 1915? Total segregation, racism, we were being hung and all that in the South, all of that. When the KKK was revived in 1915, there even existed an Albert Pike Klan, a local chapter of the organization based in Illinois. In 1971, Alan W. Trelease published White Terror, the Ku Klux Klan conspiracy and Southern Reconstruction, and claimed that the office that Pike allegedly held in the KKK was not mentioned in the prescript, the Klan Constitution. However, the office of Grand Dragon, which Davis claims Pike once held, is explicitly mentioned in 1867 Klan Constitution. At the same time, Trelease noted that Pike may well have affiliated with the Klan. So black people have nothing to do with the organization of the Ku Klux Klan, the financing behind the Ku Klux Klan. And a matter of fact, we suffered, many would say, they were the example of Hitler on us in America, as Hitler was to the Jews in Europe. So now, going back to him. So how is it that now when we see Kanye West in a white garb, right, that was threatening primarily black people here in America, how are we looking at this as something that should be looked upon as an attack on a different group that haven't suffered the same here in America as we have? See?
Yes, sir.
It was, you know what Kanye is showing? This is what white people created. And you know what he's showing? All the negative in me is what you've created also. And now after creating something, you're going to now, after you created this to destroy us, you're going to now make it as if it's something, it's an attack on you.
Mm.
When your media and everything continually to denigrate and attack us. That's what he's showing through his artistry. The hypocrisy. Shouldn't black people be more up in arms than any other group concerning what Kanye has on? When we were hanging from trees by these same people dressed like this? So then again, what have happened to black people now? Where we allow others to come in and feign victim when this is the image that destroyed us. So check this out. Fair use.
I mean, this is him doing, Ku Klux Klan imagery with swastikas and so on. It's so brazen. It's so taunting. And you talk about people who are directly attacking people. He's directly attacking Jewish people when he does this and making them feel extremely uncomfortable, extremely threatened by
You notice Piers Morgan jumped right over us? Shouldn't what Kanye West have on more so be offensive to the black people who are hung by trees, hung on trees by people dressed like this? Boy, I'll tell you, they are exposing themselves.
Hey, but Elder, check this.
Hold on. Go ahead, Gaja.
Yo, the swastika is not even, it's Indian, it's East Indian, the swastika.
It's East Indian.
So what the hell?
Because believe
this don't make no sense.
It's the swastika is East Indian, and it goes back to an Aryan doctrine that was carried over.
So this is foolishness. You get me? And Piers Morgan is a plant, and this is my opinion. He's a plant out there in a media.
Well, I don't want to make alleged unproven things because we're on YouTube, right?
Okay.
All right.
But like I said,
yeah. But let's hear this because you got to hear this all the way. He's going to expose himself right here, right? He's going to expose himself without us even saying that he's a hypocrite. Because he's up in arms with this particular uniform, not first saying, well, shouldn't black people be offended that many were killed by those dressed like this? And the majority of people that was dressed like this were what? Not alleged. They were government officials, politicians, judges. These were prestigious, educated people hiding behind the sheets, undermining our progress from one generation to the next. Right?
Police, teachers.
Exactly. So this was the politics of undermining the growth and the prosperity of Judah here in America. But why isn't Piers Morgan dealing with the threat that this image have always had? It was actually created to destroy Judah here in America, black people. That's what they were wearing the sheets for.
I mean, this is him doing, Ku Klux Klan imagery with swastikas, and so it's so brazen, it's so taunting. And you talk about people who are directly attacking people. He's directly attacking Jewish people when he does this and making them feel extremely uncomfortable.
And he got the right one. You can say what you want about Candace Owens. This Benjamite woman is cold when it comes to understanding the media game and how to articulate herself. And I'm talking about as witty as they come. You talking about a spook that's sat next to the door. He got the right one, trying to get her to turn on her friend. Check it out.
Extremely threatened by this because he's got 32 million people following him on X alone. His social media firepower to galvanize hate against the Jewish people is being laid bare, isn't it, in real time?
Just a question for you. When you saw the Klansman hoodie, why did you say taunting against Jewish people but didn't mention anything about black people? Yeah, but it's just interesting that of the two things you chose to lean into Jewish people and not to speak about what the Klansman hood represents.
Well, both. Let's say both. I mean, they're both, the Nazis and the Ku Klux Klan were both despicable people who targeted certain members of society and wanted to cause them enormous harm, if not kill them. And that's why people are finding what he's doing.
That, like, when I saw the image, I thought you were going to say something about Black America and maybe speak about the fact that Kanye's Black, but you just instantly went to accusing or speaking about how Jewish people felt about it. I think that's interesting. I just find that response to be interesting.
He's literally selling swastikas.
Yeah, Piers,
okay, so a black man, he can't put on a hood and a racist hood that represents hatred against another people. But Jewish people can put on those hoods with no issue. It wasn't just white Christians with the KKK Klan and uniforms on back then. So is there a double standard? And I'm going to talk about this with the leaders in a couple of seconds. Like, how is it that there's no rules for one side, but we're held to all these specific political lines on this side? Check it out.
If you would like to provide commentary on, if you want to provide commentary on Ye, I have maintained I'm not going to participate in Judas culture. I don't believe in the emphasis that has been placed on me, knowing that I have a personal relationship with him.
She's not going to participate in Judas culture. See how the media would try to get other people to Judas our own. But they don't do that to themselves. You notice that? They'll just stay quiet when it's one of theirs operating like that. But they're not going to Judas them. And publicly ostracize that person before the world. They're not going to do that.
To throw him under the bus publicly. It's not the person that I am spiritually, and I'm just not going to partake in it. And I've not moved on that 1 inch. And in fact, as time goes by, I feel stronger and stronger that I should not participate in that culture, because there seems to be something sadistic about the entire world condemning someone and then an individual saying, well, I need you to do it, Candace, because you have a personal relationship with him. It's strange.
You know what? We're going to move on. And I wasn't even aware you didn't want to talk about it.
Any person in the entire world that will come onto your platform and say something about Ye.
No, honestly, it's not
pretend your
that.
producers
Honestly,
didn't communicate
I've got
to you.
no, Candice, I've got loads of things I want to talk to you about. It's not all about Ye by any means. I just know you know him, and I know him a bit, and I'm horrified by what I'm seeing. And I just think, I think it raises a lot of issues. One of which is just on a wider point, whether anyone who's got that kind of following should be able to be so brazenly anti-Semitic, putting swastikas on, saying he's a Nazi, and so on, whether anyone should be allowed to do that.
Saying hold up. Saying he's a Nazi. Now you see what they're subtly doing through the media, right? They're programming us to believe that one of us can actually rise to the level to threaten anyone like Hitler did over in Germany. How dare anyone try to claim the victims as Nazis in the United States when we've been victimized by them? By all of them. Don't matter their religion or what they've converted to. All of the white imperialists had their turn destroying us here in America. And now they're going to put a label that happened between white people on the victims here in America. Are we going to allow this? Go ahead real quick, God.
I got a couple of things from that just then, Okay. I can't believe somebody with so many followers on X is allowed to be openly anti-Semitic. That's censorship. Who cares how much followers you have on whatever platform? One. All right. Now let's go the tapes of Hitler. All right. And this is not me and not anybody from the Gardner Christ Church. The tapes from Hitler speaking are translated into English, and you can go and listen to them and what he was actually saying. Hitler wasn't calling and no deaths for no people. There's no tapes and that recorded. He was saying that some people have come into the country and have infiltrated the highest office, and that's not right. Pretty similar to what you hear going on. With these world leaders right now within Britain. Britain saying the same thing. So people coming in from other countries infiltrated the highest office. You get me, which is not right. You hearing that rhetoric. That's what Hitler was saying. You understand me? But it's how you can go and listen to the tapes now. And I'm saying, what if you have 30 million followers on Twitter or YouTube or TikTok or whatever? Who cares? Who cares? You understand me? And it is censorship I'm getting from him. And he's pushing that. Because within the UK, you can make a post and Facebook and get arrested for that right now in the UK. Did you know that, Elder?
So what he's doing is bringing that same type of spirit over here to the United States to make it a crime to actually have an opinion. And guess what? Even if you disagree with what I'm saying, I have the right to say it.
That's what they're pushing, because Europe is like that right now. You can, if I make a post on my Facebook, right? Yeah. And somebody sees my Facebook and is offended by it, they can send police to my house. There's videos all over YouTube right now with people getting police turned up at the house for Facebook posts. You understand me? And that's what the UK is highly censored. You understand me? Like full censorship. So he's putting that, I can't believe somebody with that many followers. You understand me?
Yeah.
This is the whole thing. And talking about something that happened. And check it. I keep hearing that rhetoric. The Nazi, the Jewish people and all that, right? I keep hearing that. That's a strong rhetoric. But nobody's speaking about the Holocaust that the children of Israel went through, the blacks, Native Indians, so-called Hispanic, that we went through. You understand me? Nobody talking about that. Nobody talking about
So actually, when it comes to victimhood, they have sucked all the air out of the room, and if there's any victim, it's going to be them.
It must be them. They can be the only victims. This is crazy. And Pierce, and this I'm hearing this rhetoric from Pierce and a lot of interviews he's doing, as it relates to what's going on over there in the Middle East and his alignment and what he thinks and what was going on with Germany and Britain. And Britain, somebody asked him recently, how can you say Britain won the war when Britain now has no freedoms? There's no freedom in Britain. What were they fighting for? And he said, at least we don't speak German. And the person's like, yo, listen, if you spoke German, at least you'd have freedom. You'd have your freedom intact. You can't speak in English.
Because England is under tyranny right now. Now, I don't want to go too far, just focusing, I'm with you on Pierce, because I want to show something real quick. But I'm going to bring you back on this, right? Thank you, Elder.
I'm here.
Good point. Now, real quick, great point. So here it is. Where's Elder Lawya at? Come on, Lawya, I need you. Come on, Lawya. Okay, so since Lawya isn't here, I'm going to wait till Lawya get back real quick. I'm going to wait till Lawya get back. And I'm going to go here real quick. Right? Now, what is an Israelite? Because we know according to Jewish people, one could convert into Judaism and have nothing to do with the lineage of the people, which means you can have a white person who's a Jew who's not from any of the people in the Bible, who's not from none of the tribes of the 12 tribes of Israel, Old and New Testament, who can still be considered Jew today, based on what? A belief system. The same way Asians can be Buddhist and convert to Judaism. Guess what? It doesn't turn them Jews. They just dealing with the faith that's within the tenets of Judaism. And I think people are confused. They think Judaism relates to the people within the Bible itself. Wrong. So if that's the case, what is an Israelite? Now, I'm going to go to a few scriptures, right? I'm going to go to a few scriptures. Oh, there you go. Elder Lawya, right on time. Thank you, my brother. You there?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Oh, man, your timing is impeccable. Thank you.
Yes, sir. All praises.
Elder Lawya, do me a favor. What's an Israelite? Let's go to John 1 and 45. John 1, 45. So it seems modern day Jewry or media would like to focus on converted Jews and ignore altogether the people of lineage. All right? Let's go to John, New Testament, mind you, for you Christians out there too. Because a lot of you think when you see a brother or sister converting or coming to the knowledge that they're Israelites, that they have converted into some crazy religion, not realizing they found their bloodline. They have found the lineage that was lost, the lineage that the Gentiles detached from them through false education. Okay? So when you find out you're an Israelite, it's not what? It's not a religious conversion. You found your lineage. Okay? Like if a Chinese person, just say, and I could use it, let me use this metaphor real quick, Elder, real quick, and then we're going to read it.
Yes, sir.
Here's a metaphor, or better way, not a metaphor, an analogy. If a Chinese person was adopted as a child by two black people and was raised in black culture, they would believe in their normalcy bias would be towards black. They would dress like black. They would think they were black. Now, suppose the parents told them that where they came from doesn't matter. And really, no one knows where those people are anymore. And one day, while this child grows up, leaves from amongst the area where all black people are, go to a mall and see Chinese people and begin to relate to them concerning that Chinese child's history. The person goes back to China and realizes, I'm not black. I had a heritage history, and a culture the whole time. That has nothing to do with what religion that child was a part of. And that's the piece they're trying to keep our people from understanding. When you find out you're an Israelite, it have nothing to do with what your belief or faith system is. You found your history. Period. All right? Now, what is an Israelite? Well, in the Bible, John 1:45, let's read this, Elder.
Yes, sir. St. John 1:45. Philip findeth Nathanael, and saith unto him, We have found him, of whom Moses in the law and the prophets did write, Jesus of Nazareth, the son of Joseph.
The son of who?
The son of Joseph.
Through bloodline. Read.
And Nathanael said unto him, Can there any good thing come out of Nazareth? Philip saith unto him, Come and see. Jesus saw Nathanael coming to him and saith of him, Behold, an Israelite indeed.
A what?
In whom is no guile.
A Israelite indeed, in whom is no guile. Christ identified Nathanael as an Israelite. And the pure version concerning righteousness and virtue, when it comes to one who would do what? Stake claim to that particular title. Israel means to be a prince of God. See? So he was walking in that princely aura and that power of righteousness. Even Christ had to recognize that, okay, this is what a real Israelite is. So how is it today when we hear Israelites, it's something negative? When Christ identified in the Bible Israelites with positivity. Y'all see that? Y'all see that? Now, if you will, Elder Lawya, now let's go to Romans 11. A matter of fact, let's go to Romans 11. That's great. The book of Romans 11. And let's read Romans 11:1.
Yes, sir. Romans 11:1. I say then, have God cast away his people?
That's New Testament. Paul is asking, did God cast away his people and got a new people by the name of Jews or Christians?
God forbid.
No. That means the physical 12 tribes of Israel are still in the earth. They still matter to God. Even though the media isn't going to tell us, the religious leaders aren't going to tell us, to God they matter. Read, for I am a what?
For I am also an Israelite.
How can Christians run to Paul every time you look to make a point and ignore this? I am a what?
For I am also an Israelite.
Read.
Of the seed of Abraham, of the tribe of Benjamin.
Of the tribe of Benjamin. So he stayed in what? His nation and his tribe. See, there's no such thing as the people in the Bible being Jewish people. They are identified by nation and tribe. We have to get rid of that lie that these people are Jews. In the Bible, they're Israelites. Also am an Israelite of the seed of Abraham. That means what? Through the Father. of the tribe of Benjamin. Read.
God have not cast away his people, which he foreknew.
The Most High did not do away with God's people. He didn't do away with his people. The Christians and the Muslims and others lied to us. They claimed the Israelites was done away with and began to teach us in these churches theological lies that black people are from the seed of Ham. Liar. We're not from Ham. We are from Shem. We are from Israel. Liar. And they talk on both sides of their mouth. What do I mean by that? On one side of their mouth, they claim, well, it doesn't matter because Christ loves us all and we're all God's people. But then on the other side, well, it doesn't matter, but you're from the seed of Ham. If it didn't matter, why are you identifying us with Ham? See? And then you ask them, okay, since you have actually nailed down the true history that you know black people come from Ham, there's 4 families of Ham. Which of the 4 blacks that came off the slave ships come from? And they'll look at you like you got 2 heads because they don't expect you to retort. They expect you to just take in whatever they tell you, even though there's no proof of what they're saying. Okay? If we're from Ham, there's 4 sons of Ham. Which of the 4 blacks are from? And they'll look at you with 2 heads because they don't even know. They're only regurgitating what the Jesuit liars taught them in the theological seminary schools. Now,
hey, Elder.
Yeah.
Just you know they taught us that we were Canaanites though, like in school coming up.
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah, they taught us that. Yeah, they were telling us that we were Canaanites.
Yeah, well they said that initially, right? But like I said, I've spoken to people who when you bring them to question, well, how do you identify us with Canaanites? They'll just look at you with 2 heads. Or they'll say, well, you may be from another one, but you're definitely not from Shem. So yeah, usually they say Canaanites, but they can't prove that we're from Canaanites. Mm-hmm. You're right on that. Right.
And the only correlation they have between us and the Canaanites is the idea of being servitude.
Yes.
Because the curse that was placed upon Canaan was that of servitude. So that's how they try to link us with Canaan.
Yeah. They try to link us with Canaanites through servitude. But why don't you go into Deuteronomy 28 and 68 for the servitude? The slave ships. You see how they cherry pick what's convenient for them to label us? If you're going to go into slavery, why don't you go into Deuteronomy 28, which shows the Israelites would go into slavery? Why go to where Noah was and pick Ham, one of the sons of Ham? See? That's their hypocrisy. Right? Now, let's get through this real quick because I want to bring all of the leaders in as we go into modern day Israelites, right? Elder Lawya, if you can. It says, God have not cast away his people, which he foreknew. That means the people of the Old Testament are still his people. It doesn't matter what religion. It doesn't matter. I'm going to tell you, you can have an Israelite that's not associated with any religious group, who don't believe anything. They would still be an Israelite. Okay? Now, Elder Lawya, if you will, let's go to 2 Corinthians 11 real quick. 2 Corinthians 11, and thank you, Elder Rawchaa, for that, because that is true. They try to pigeonhole us if you try to really, if you really try to press them on trying to claim who we are. They'll go to the cursed seed of Ham and say we're Canaanites, because it tell you in Genesis that you will be a servant of servants. To justify how they treat us, they'll say, well, there it is. Weren't you slaves? The Canaanites were the only family out of all of the families of Ham that didn't receive rulership and had to serve all of his brothers. That's what that's talking about there, right? Let's go to 2 Corinthians 11 real quick. 2 Corinthians 11, right? And let's read 22 real quick.
Yes, sir. 2 Corinthians 11 and 22.
Read.
Are they Hebrews? So am I.
So Paul said what? Are they Hebrews? So am I. Read.
Are they Israelites?
Are they what?
Are they Israelites?
Are they Israelites? This have nothing to do with being Jews. Are they Israelites? Read.
So am I.
So am I. Read.
Are they the seed of Abraham?
Are they the seed of Abraham through the Father? Read.
So am I.
So am I. Because you had other Israelites from different persuasions, different doctrines, who were trying to contend against what? Paul's calling through Christ. He says, listen, y'all not just the only Israelites here. I'm an Israelite too. So again, all Israelites don't believe the same thing. Like during the time of Paul, him arguing with Pharisees, scribes. You had many Pharisees and scribes denying Christ, who were against Christ's doctrine. So all Israelites didn't believe the same doctrines back then, and all Israelites don't believe the same doctrine even till this day. There's nuances. But the media will like to frame Israelites as this new one radical thing. And that's what we must be careful about. Right? They're trying to shape the idea of what an Israelite is. Right? Now, check it out. One more scripture to why they don't want us to identify as Israelites. And I'm speaking of the black people who are truly the Israelites. Why don't they want us to identify? And guess what? This is New Testament. Elder Lawya, if you will, let's go to Romans, the 3rd chapter. They want us to always see ourselves as subservient and lower than all other people. Okay? If you don't embrace you are an Israelite, you must accept the low position the Gentiles place you at or under them. So if you identify as Israel, you gain something. And it's in the New Testament. Let me show you. This is why they don't want our people identifying as Israelites today. Why? Let's go to Romans 3 and 1. And they don't mind you identifying as Jewish, because there's so much ambiguity there. Okay? But they do not want black people or the indigenous people who were conquered and colonized to identify as Israelites. Why? Let's go to the book of Romans, the 3rd chapter and the 1st verse. Let's read that.
Yes, sir. Romans 3 and 1. What advantage then have the Jew?
So what advantage then have the Jew? Now we know in the southern parts of Israel, Judah, Benjamin, and Levi were considered Judeans. So they were also labeled Jew, being from the southern parts of Israel. So when Paul says, what advantage then have a Jew? You know he's talking about an Israelite because he just identified himself as an Israelite. See? Right? So is there an advantage with that? So they don't want black people to know in the New Testament that there's an advantage if you identify as an Israelite. Why? Is there an advantage? Because they'll tell us in the Christian church it doesn't matter. What advantage then does one have being an Israelite or a Jew? Read.
Or what profit is there of circumcision?
Read.
Much every way.
Even in the New Testament, it tell you it's an advantage identifying with your forefathers. And since we don't identify, the other people who are identifying has gained advantage. Huh? What? Hold up now. That's a little room shaker there. They would rather you not identify and just say you are a Christian, because they gain all the advantages that we aren't what? Taken privileged over. That we aren't actually obtaining or asking for. See? If you don't know who you are, then there's no inheritance to seek for. There's no advantage that you can have, because what? Think about it, folks. If you're an heir to something and someone else is actually what? Reaping the benefits of it, then you get what you get. Okay? So they'll let Christians just say, oh, it doesn't matter, while they stake claim as heir to the earth, of the earth. See? This is why they don't want you identifying as an Israelite, because you gain advantage.
Of you chasing your tail.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. Because a person, let me tell you this, a person without an identity will have to go to their slave masters and those who they seek is in better position. They have to go to them to gain any direction in the earth or any level of success in the earth. See? So that means they have the advantage. And everyone be what? You upset about who's running what. And these people are running this and they're doing that. Well, they gained the advantage. You're not identifying as it. They're supposed to be running everything because the people in the Bible ran everything. So now everybody's upset that they're gaining an advantage, because they know the value of identifying with that, even if they don't follow the law. You can have a bad child that's unruly and everything, but that child still is eating in the same house as that good child. Okay? That every time there's a plate, all of the children are eating. Because what? One is gaining advantage because he's still living in the house with the father who has the name. Hey, guys, you want to say something on that?
Yeah, man, a few things. Check it. Africa, okay? Africa, the Caribbean, the Africa to the Caribbean to the United States, North America, right? 90% of Africa is Islam. Sub-Saharan Africa, 90% Islam. Okay? Nobody has a problem with descendants of the slave from the diaspora claiming Islam or claiming Christianity. Nobody has a problem with that. Nobody has a problem with us believing in Santa Claus and the Tooth Fairy. Nobody has a problem with that. Okay? No, nobody. You understand me? There's no apologetics coming out there right now talking about us believing in the Tooth Fairy. You with me? I mean, yo, where I'm from, yo, Benjamites caught up in a thing called Rastafari's. You understand me? Pure lies. Nobody has a problem with that. The problem come when we start to claim an identity from the Bible. Okay? Paul, Philippians, the 3rd chapter and the 4th verse.
What is it?
Philippians 3, and right to it. 4, verses 4.
Okay, let me grab it here. Philippians 3. All right. Philippians 3 and 4, you said?
Let me start at 3.
Okay. I'll read it. I'll read it. Let me put it up here for the people. It says, for we are the circumcision, Philippians 3 and 3, which worship the Most High in the Spirit and rejoice in Yeshua Mashiach, Jesus Christ, and have no confidence in the flesh. Though I might also have confidence in the flesh, if any man thinketh that he hath whereof he might trust in the flesh, I more.
So Paul say, yo, listen, we have no confidence in the flesh, but check it. You're talking about the flesh? No man have more confidence in the flesh than I do. And here is his confidence.
Circumcise the 8th day of the stock of Israel, of the tribe of Benjamin. He's a Hebrew of Hebrews. And
a Hebrew of Hebrews.
as touching the law of Pharisee. So he says, what can you tell me about being a Hebrew? But yet Christians are in the New Testament talking about none of this matters. While the people who are claiming to be the Jews have advantage over you. Who's really running your churches and the doctrine that's being pushed in it? If your light be darkness, Christians, how great is that darkness? How can you relish in the spirit of ignorance and claim to know the all-knowing God in Christ? How can you be satisfied with just not knowing anything and living in pure ignorance and calling it bliss while everyone is running roughshod over you? They'll tell you not to identify as an Israelite or a Jew, but try to stop them from doing it. There's an advantage. That's cold-blooded what you just bought there, young man. That was a bomb you hit there. Boom, right? All right, someone throw those bombs in the chat for me real quick. Now this is where it gets good, right? Right? All right, round table. Let me bring in, who want to come up next? We got Bishop Amath. Who else we got? We got Elder Rawchaa. Who else we got? I thought I seen, I'm going to bring y'all in a second here. Check this out now. Check this out. This is where it get good now. Right? Let me bring in Elder real quick. Let me admit him in the room. Yeah. We got Bishop Amath there. Who just came in 412? Okay, all right. I see you, young man. All right. All right. So go on mute because there's a few things I want to show now. And check it out. Elder, they got studies in everything, Elder Lawya. Right? Check out they just did a new study in 2023. Because instead of them allowing us to self-identify, hold up, I thought in America we had a freedom of religion. That even if you don't agree with what I believe, that I have the right to believe in it. Right? Right. Liar. I'm going to move this out of the way real quick. I'm going to move this logo out of the way real quick. Just real quick. Because we need to unpack this. Right? So now what they're trying to do, because they can't stop the awakening because God said it would happen. The Bible, Old and New Testament said that this awakening would happen, where the children of Israel would come to the knowledge of the truth. Since they can't stop it now, what they're seeking to do is frame how people accept the awakening. Since they can't stop us from coming to the knowledge of who we are, they have to now demonize it. Check this out. This came out of study right up under our noses during the so-called Biden administration, if you believe he was running things, where Robert Charles Fane Layman, a Jewish guy, did a survey from the Manhattan Institute. Check this out, folks. You wouldn't believe this. Look at this. And first of all, again, there is no such thing as black Hebrew Israelite. That's what the yellow journalist, as well as the media, They have coined that particular title. I don't hear when y'all talk about white people who are Jewish, y'all don't call them white Jewish people. So how is it that when you talk about us, you want to name it Black Hebrew Israelites, when none of us have ever named ourselves that? It so happens that the Israelites, the original Israelites, were all people of color, and the whites are Romans. Okay? It doesn't matter what religion you're from, you're Edomites. Okay? If you're white. Now, check out this survey they did. Right? They did a report and a survey. This report is an effort to bridge this knowledge gap. It presents results from a survey of 1,075 Black Americans and 555 non-Black Americans. Okay, none of us are polled, I'll tell you that. Roughly 26% of the Black population, 14% of non-Black population, plausibly professes to believe that the modern American Blacks are descended from the ancient Israelites. The key belief of what they call a new term that doesn't exist, they just created, Black Hebrew Israelism. So they know that the awakening is happening and that our people are identifying as Israelites. So why should that be an issue to them? Now listen to this. Here is the Nazi part of this, folks. Profession of these beliefs and identification as a Hebrew Israelite is associated with a warmer feelings towards Jews, but it also associated with a greater willingness to agree with anti-Semitic beliefs, such as the claim that Jews have greater loyalty to Israel, support for boycotting Jewish businesses over Israel's actions, and the belief that Jews were involved in the slave trade. Now, there's anywhere am I seeing that Israelites are saying boycott Jewish businesses. You can't do business if you boycott their businesses. How are you going to do business?
Right.
So
I can add this very quickly, Salakia, sir.
What you say?
I can add this very quickly.
Yeah.
Israelites across the board identify with the curses of Deuteronomy 28. And one of those curses is that you would go before your enemies in hunger, in thirst, and in want of all things. So it's impossible. We acknowledge that it's impossible to do business or commerce in this earth without dealing with them. So that's a total lie.
That's a lie. There's no Israelites anywhere talking about boycotting Jewish businesses. That doesn't exist. Okay? If there's a court case or something going on, you know what? Guess what, our people? It doesn't matter you a Hebrew or not. I'm trying to make sure I got good representation. And if that lawyer is Jewish, I'm gonna pay him as a Jewish lawyer to represent me. What does got to do with anything? See, but they don't expect us to be reading these. They're studying us, folks. And they're trying to frame a narrative. Now, and there's a belief. There's a belief. Check it out. There's a belief that Jews were involved in the slave trade. There's no belief. Whites were involved in the slave trade, including Jewish whites.
Hey, Elder, you know what would be a good question? You know, what would be a good question to ask to that.
Yeah, I mean,
who wasn't involved in the slave trade? That'd be a question I'd pose. Like, all right, then cool. If this is an allegation that Jewish people were involved in the slave trade, right? If that's an allegation, unproven. Give me the documented information of all the people that weren't involved in it. Give me the list of nations of people on this earth that was not involved in the slave trade, because the Portuguese kicked it off nice and well. The Arabs did it. the Edomites did it. So who didn't? Which other people, which other race of a nation never had a hand in slavery? I'd ask that question. And then secondly, why is it that the ports them that you go to on the west coast of Africa still have the names of Jewish people that own them, that own the ports and the lots? Why? Like,
listen, I'm gonna tell you what they want to do, Gaja. Let me tell you, this is straight gaslighting before we knew what gaslighting, before the internet. All this feigning ignorance and all of this acting as if playing dumb. Common sense will tell you, if we were considered property, that whoever was in charge of the ports and the deeds and did the business when it came to paperwork were associated with slavery. The same people that deal with the deeds, the insurance, don't you know insurance and all of that started with them insuring slaves, knowing that if they lose a slave, they may be losing this amount of money. The whole insurance thing started with them indemnifying themselves off of a loss when they lose a slave. Mm-hmm. So when it comes to insurance companies, when it comes to stocks, when it comes to trade. So you tell me what people who weren't slaves, what people weren't involved in the slave trade, who owned the ships, who was able to do the paperwork to make sure ships that, who had the auction blocks. So this is straight gaslighting. See, but this is when, see, you can't say anything negative about anything negative in their history. They're trying to frame, if you point anything that they've actually done negative in their history, that can now be considered anti-Semitic. Mm-hmm. Well, guess what? So how can we have accurate history if we could just leave them out of anything concerning what they did, the bad things they did? But yet, listen, they don't mind us giving them the accolades for all their accomplishments in the past. You can't have it both ways. Okay? So what people in the earth, what people in the earth that you can't say any negative concerning their history? That's preposterous. But let me get off this real quick because I want to show this.
Yeah, man.
All right? Because it's gaslighting. Okay? Now, it says here, the profession of Black Hebrew Israelites beliefs, identification is suggestively associated with greater support for political violence. Folks, y'all don't know what paperwork they're passing around politically behind our backs right now. They're upset that our people as a whole isn't engaging in the politics and going out protesting for Palestine and all this other garbage anymore, while we suffer right here. So there is nothing anywhere where Israelites are behind political violence. That's a lie. But guess what? It depends on what they frame as political violence. So that means violence isn't you actually putting your hands on someone. Their violence is what? Making them feel uncomfortable. See? So political violence is saying things that makes them uncomfortable. Right? But guess what? We, as the children of Israel, can live in poverty. Right? There's no such thing as a comfortable society for us. You can denigrate us, say anything you would like to say negative about us, and there's no political protection. No one cares how we feel. But yet, when we brought up what they did and how much they acquired from it, just because it makes them uncomfortable, it's considered anti-Semitic. Right? Now they're going to tell us, they're going to tell the people, what is Hebrew Israelism? They're going to try to tell us instead of asking us. So it's not about asking us. It's about framing a negative narrative that would lead to political aggression against the awakening. Folks, look at this. These losers got graphs and everything. Look at this. Share male, share Hispanic, race, white, Asian American, Pacific Islander, American Indian, Alaskan Native, right? And they going into our levels of education, right? Let's see how smart they are, right? So they're educated too. And then they started going into the ages of people identifying as Israelites, right? Hold up now. Check it out. Let's estimate the...
Hey, Elder, before you go on, one sec.
Yeah.
We are the only Israelites that identify Pacific Islanders as Israelites, you know. So who they watching?
Hold up, initially. But now, UPK, as well as Israelites United in Christ, they have schools and stuff in Hawaii.
Oh, interesting. I never knew that.
I'm saying, but check it out. Whenever they're ready, they can come around and say, you know what? Thank you. I'm sorry to the Gathering of Christ Church because we were calling them liars when they was telling us who the other Israelites were. Okay. We humbly accept your thank you. Okay. Now, check this out. Listen to what it's saying here. They got a graph of how many black people who are directly ascended from ancient Hebrew Israelites, and the fact that the majority of the population, folks, they have tallied, folks, that over 4 million blacks in America identify as Israelites. Right? Now check this out. Whether they are a part of a group or not. Right? And this is exponentially high over the last bogus survey they had. What? They had prior to the pandemic. So here it is. They took one tally before the pandemic and took another tally of how many people identify coming out of the pandemic of 2023. So it would make me believe that the aim was us the whole time. But I digress. Folks, we are living rent-free in the synagogue of Satan's minds. None of us are thinking about doing nothing against these people. I'm going to tell you, the only threat that the truth have to them, against them, is the fact that our people identify as Israelites. And that's what they don't like. I believe that it's going to come a time that our people identifying as an Israelite will automatically be deemed anti-Semitic. That means I can't believe what I want to believe because they don't like it. I think that's where we're going with this.
Mm-hmm.
I think that
Elder, in the UK, it's there. You can go to jail for offending somebody based on your belief. It's there in the society, like can I say it? The woke societies, like these woke society. That's where it's going. Okay, you believe that? Okay, you're offending these people, so we need to lock you up for a bit.
Okay,
I think it's there, Elder.
Okay, well, okay. Now I got some questions for you all, and y'all can come in at any time, right? Because, last but not least, I love stuff like this. I love gathering data. And see, if y'all haven't been in the academy, y'all don't know how we do this stuff. We come with receipts, all right? Right? I love going into some of their circulations and white papers. New York Jewish Week, okay? This came out in 2019. The Explainer. This was right before things would begin to break down. This was December the 12th, before they would shut everything down. And all of a sudden, Israelites in particular, the underprivileged is another title they have for Israelites. Well, Israelites are the most susceptible to the stuff outside. So we need to target them, not target them. We need to treat them first. Not target. We need to make sure they get it first because there's a limited supply. So let's just make sure that these black people, let's just make sure they get it first, right? Now, check this out. And I said, listen, save the drama for your mama, okay? Okay? Give it to your, if you feel that no, don't worry about it. Whatever you thought would be my dosage, give it to your family. Okay? I'm good. Save the drama for your mama on that. Now, Explainer. Who are the Hebrew Israelites? They're asking with the New York Jewish Week. And check out how they start the answer to this question, elders. You can't make this up. Who are the black Hebrew Israelites? Police have identified one of the dead suspects in a shootout at a kosher market in Jersey City as David Anderson, who reportedly was once a member of the black Hebrew Israelites. Now, there was another circulation that came out a little after this to say, well, there's really no connection. But no one will ever read that, right? So that means, folks, if someone mosey in to come into one of our teachings and get a plate because they hungry that day and go ahead about their business or post it on one of the Israelites' comment sections, automatically you are associated somehow. So check it out. So it starts off with police and them giving the answer for those who would like to understand who are the black Hebrew Israelites. Now, suppose your family is concerned about your awakening and go online to try to figure out what you're actually learning. And then because all I did was type in Hebrew Israelites, folks, and this is what came up. So, folks, it's not that your family members and stuff don't agree or disagree with you. Their research in the background are leading them into believing the negative narrative they've shaped against the awakening. This is what we're up against, folks. Them using the media to discourage the people we care about. Now, it doesn't matter that they came back and corrected this story when they said, when they had another story and said, well, there's really no tie, because we started asking questions. If this guy who did something in a kosher area against Jewish people was an Israelite, we need to know what group he's from and all of that. We started asking the questions out there, and the media couldn't identify him with any particular Israelite group. So they had to come out and protect themselves by what? They had another article which says, well, we looked into it. He made posts, but there's really no association that we could say in particular that connected him with an Israelite. Now, then they ask a question, well, are they Jewish? Not too many people understand outside of Jewry what Jewish people believe. They allow us to assume. We thought they followed the Bible in the Old Testament. But no, they'll tell you no. They follow the writings and the interpretations of the Old Testament through the Babylonian Talmud. So not too many people understand what Jewish people truly believe. Okay. So when they ask, are they Jewish? It says here, well, Black Hebrew Israelites can refer broadly to people of African descent who claim to be descendants from the biblical Israelites, and we are, and we're not African descent, we're Israel descent. When our forefathers went into the land of Canaan, it was turned Israel, that's our descent. We ran into Africa, running from Roman persecution. The closest we are to Africa is before it was named, well, after it was named after Africa, is the fact that Israel is northern Africa. It's modern day northern Africa. Okay? Claim to be descended from the biblical Israelites and practice certain Jewish rituals. Who practiced Jewish rituals? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Jewish rituals. Another lie. The movement, it is no movement. The movement was when my mama brought me forth. That was the only movement that made me an Israelite. Okay? The movement emerged from a stream of late 19th century Black nationalism. That's another lie. That's another lie. I have white papers to show that we were, from Cambridge University, we knew we were Israel coming off of the slave ships. The original churches outside of the AME, that's right, Prince Hall Freemason Church, AME, was undermining the true churches that was out there, the black churches in the South in Tennessee, who was teaching everyone that we were Israelites. Even white people were converting into the churches and learning under Israelites. That's right, folks. In slavery, during the time of slavery, we had black pastors who were free men teaching white people that we were Israelites. Another lie. That claimed African Americans were the descendants of the ancient Hebrews. We are the descendants of the ancient Hebrews. Some estimate put the number of adherents in the tens of thousands. That's 2019, for folks. I'm going to show you how powerful the Most High is. From 2019, the tallies were the tens of thousands. By the time we came out of the so-called pandemic, 2023, they estimated that if they were to just tally blacks alone in America, 4 million identify, even if they're not with the group, as Israelites. 4 years. So now they don't know what to do with this because they can't engage us in any political situations because we no longer care about this Democrat garbage. They can no longer trigger us into these protests, so to use these for provocateurs to come in and destroy us that way. Right? We're not engaging in protests anymore. We're not down with the Demonuts anymore. We're starting to have self-interest in what's best for us opposed to everyone else now. And guess what, folks? That's a problem. Why? Because of our energy, if our spirit isn't being exhausted on them, then the spirit of the Almighty that works through us isn't blessing them. See? So right now, there's a stalemate going on. They need us emotionally engaged into this racist thing and all of this because that's how they were able to politically control us through our emotions. But we're no longer participating. Okay? The Wizard of Oz have lost his wand. See? So, folks, I'm going to tell y'all right now, and I need y'all to watch it this coming summer. They're going to have to do something that can move our people back emotionally, politically, into believing in their system. And guess what they're going to do? It ain't going to be about Islam. It's not going to be about anything else. It's going to be more so bringing forth a situation where there's an Israelite who did some level of terrorist somewhere, even if that person isn't associated with any Israelites in the United States? Could it be staged? Could they use an immigrant from another place, a Manchurian candidate, and dress him up like an Israelite? That's what we need to look. We need to keep our eyes on it. Because when I see all of this literature right here, when I see what they're putting out there, they're framing a narrative for people to accept violence from Israelites. They're tallying these numbers so that they can claim that blacks and other people have been radicalized into anti-government rhetoric and have caused many lives to suffer through some type of terrorist stuff. Watch what I tell y'all, folks. Keep your eyes on that this summer, right? Are the guys yelling on the street corners? Okay. Now, again, all Israelites aren't berating people. Elder Lawya, last week, I think I sent you a link from X. Did I send it to you? Of how these Jesuits went and started asking questions, went amongst UPK to ask them certain questions. Are they terrorists? Do you have that?
Excuse me. Let me check.
Elder, just on what you said a few moments ago.
Yeah.
About coming off of the slave ships, knowing we were Israelites, right?
Yeah.
There's a autobiography that you can look up out there of Elder Rawchaa, who in his autobiography was a slave. It tells you about him being an Israelite, practicing the customs that we know to be, our customs from before coming over into the Americas. Elder Rawchaa, look it up. It's right there. I sent you a link to it on WhatsApp as well.
Okay.
Being an Israelite isn't a new phenomenon. No way, no shape, no form. What's going on right now is that the knowledge is spreading quicker than it was at probably any time else in the earth. It's people waking up. What you said before, 4 million people in America know that they're Israelites. That's what that report said. 4 million.
4 million in the report. Because you have to estimate that there's about 43 million so-called black Americans, descendants of slaves in America, last tally.
So roughly 10%.
Roughly 10% of the black American population, descendants of slaves, believe, even if they're not associated with any group, that they are from the descendants of Israelites.
Wow. You can't stop that now. You can't put the toothpaste back in the tube now with that. No, that's out. It's done.
Yeah,
you get me? And that's what you said. That would make sense why they wouldn't try to even engage, because it would just then. It's like better we just avoid them and do what we're doing, ramping up whatever we need to do to stop more from waking up.
They would rather shape the narrative by themselves without a healthy discourse publicly. In fear of how many people who aren't sure may look into it. Like you would never have any of us sitting there on The View. Right? Next to Joy Bear and others saying, well, listen, I understand that there's a lot of noise and all that when people shouting on the corner, because people do have the right to protest, even if you disagree with their right of free speech. These are what? These are mainly nonviolent people with a religious belief concerning pointing out the negatives to where America is going towards a judgment. And really, in a nutshell, the Israelites out there shouting because they understand if we don't turn this around and get our families together, that the God that all of us believe in will judge America like Sodom and Gomorrah. And on top of that, y'all celebrate Sodom and Gomorrah up in here. Okay? They've always been LGBT gay people or whatever the case. But it's another thing to have this within society, and it's another thing to elevate and do what? And more so promote a behavior that you know is anti-God, anti-Bible. And by the way, the blacks in America are the Israelites, and I can prove it. And the Jews, the white Jews, are Romans, and I can prove it. And there's nothing wrong with white people being Romans and converting. Hey, that's your religious right. Right? So I don't deny white people who would convert, who were Romans, who were responsible for the fall of Jerusalem, really, that led to my people Israelites going into captivity. All right? Hey, I don't blame you. Our God said it would happen because we disobeyed his law. Okay? But in a nutshell, it's our turn. All right? We're coming back, and we're going to stake claim to our rightful place on earth, the inheritance as heir to the earth. And eventually, when Christ returns back, he's going to give the righteous our opportunity to receive what our forefathers lost. Now, what can be so wrong with that, Joy Bear? See, but let me show you now. I mean, it's all about peace and love, right? And this, she'll be like, well, don't you think that the white people are the devil? Do you think that the white people... Listen, I don't think the white people are the devil. I believe that there's devils, there's demonic possession, where through sin, people allow demons to, to rule their flesh. You can have a white devil, you can have a black devil, you can have an Asian devil, but that's why we're promoting the law. Through the law and the belief in Christ, we become Ghostbusters. And now we rid the world of these same demons instead of embracing them. Okay? That's what it's about. Right? Now, now let me show you what they would like to promote as Israelites. Now, they came in with canned questions. And, and I don't, personally, we don't ascribe to anything that we see on this screen right here. Okay? I don't ascribe to that. They have the right to do this, but we as Israelites, like Paul or the disciples or even Christ, would never operate in this fashion. But you know what? These brothers have the right to demonstrate the way they would like, all right? But this is what they would promote and would allow the world to consume. Fair use.
These are the Black Hebrew Israelites, the most racist black people in America.
White people are a virus. We don't hate white people. God hates white people. He created them to be hated. The only thing that a white person could give me is their life. The longer you exist, the more I'm oppressed. So when you come in, you actually step on the white man. We're very militant. We're not Christians. Whoop your ass if necessary.
Are you guys labeled as a terrorist organization?
I know we're a hate group. We're labeled as a hate group. Matter of fact, we might be terrorists.
When you see like a white baby...
Hold up. That's what they need. Now, folks, this might have been an all-day, like 3 or 4 hour interview where he followed them around or whatever the case is. And it was cut up. It was cut up strategically to get the effect they were looking to utilize politically against Israelites. Folks, don't you know that this question he asked was a part of what they were discussing, at the editor's office roundtable? Just ask them, are they terrorists?
Are you guys labeled as a terrorist organization?
See? Are you? Yeah, Elder.
Yeah, on that point, I haven't seen the whole interview, but obviously this is the trailer. They're going to put the most controversial points in the trailer to pique interest. But after that, we can only, who knows what he said after that. He could have said, psych, no, I'm just playing. But the way it cuts out, it just leaves it out there for interpretation.
That's what it is. What I'm saying is this is the cutting floor. These are the hot takes. Because the majority, suppose a person don't look at the whole thing they're going to do to get the proper context.
Exactly.
These are hot takes. The majority of people, once they see this, they don't want nothing to do with whatever the broadcast that they're going to have broadcast into the future. They may not want to even see it. But still, the hot takes are branded in the minds of people who understand right from wrong.
Exactly.
See? And that's what it comes down to. I know something wrong when I see it. Even if someone, listen, I would never agree with someone, a stranger coming asking me some weird questions and put out there that we may be terrorists. Because I know how the government is going to use it. Okay? He didn't put the words in their mouths.
These are the Black Hebrew Israelites, the most racist black people in America.
White people are a virus. We don't hate white people. God hates white people. He created them to be hated. The only thing that a white person could give me is their life. The longer you exist, the more I'm oppressed. So when you come in, you actually step on the white man. We're very militant. We're not Christians. Whoop your ass if necessary.
Let me just make this clear, okay? What they believe in is what they believe in. But what they're doing doesn't make them Israelites, okay? The fact that they're from the seed of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob makes them Israelites. And I wanted to show that example. Y'all think this is what Israelites do. When they were Israelites before they found out they were. There's different sects. When you see groups like these groups would more so be along the lines of the zealots during the time of Christ and Paul and the disciples. The zealots were the rebels seeking to overthrow Rome. And eventually, when they tried to go up against Rome, they got smashed by the thousands, and one of their leaders was held up in a hill somewhere while the rest of their flock got killed.
You know, Elder, right?
Yeah.
What you're saying here is exactly what's going through my mind, you know. Check this out. A few years ago, well, about 15, 16 years ago, there was an incursion in Jamaica, in Kingston, where they came in they brought military force in for the extradition of a so-called Don, okay? And the narrative went out there before that he was probably the most dangerous drug dealer cartel in the Western Hemisphere. That was the narrative. And when you check it's it was a load of BS, because you had places like Mexico and all of these places that had real dangerous people, the MS-10, MS-13 gangs and all of that, and this person had no near that. Anyways, the military went in, right, and all the so-called armed men, who was defending them. Have a guess how long the military took to take them down? Have a guess. Just a guess.
A couple of seconds.
It took them 60 seconds, 1 minute. 60 seconds, it took them. The baddest, what they were claiming to be the baddest on the planet. It took them 60 seconds to totally take them down. Everything else after that was torture. It took them 60 seconds. I have the security report went out. It took them 60 seconds to have everything under control. So when these guys coming out on these broadcasts or whatever platforms, saying this and we're militant and all of that, man. People hearing, military. What does military entail? You get me? A threat. Oh, a terrorist threat. You get me? According to, this is supposed to be an American thing that they defend against threats, both foreign and domestic. You get me? So if you out there publicly saying that you are a threat, then you are going to be dealt with as a threat. And if you get dealt with as a threat, what can you say about that? You get me? Just listening to that clip, man, it's moronic. You get me? It's moronic. Because check it, Elder, check it. Don't you think that there are white people, white groups within America that are armed and are training that militia? Are they not there? Are they coming out doing interviews? No. Do you think the Chinese have them own, them own defense system? The Arabs, Muslims, these people, everybody, every group of people have a system going on where they will defend themselves and are armed and prepared to protect their people. Nobody's coming out and doing an interview and no stupid, talking to people and a thing, saying that. It's moronic. It's crazy. You get me? What listening to this, man? Is this foolishness? You understand me? You out here working, you look a 9-to-5 job. When you have people out there that get up every day training guns, getting paid to train how to shoot. You get me? Like, you can't come up against that.
Well,
you understand me?
Let me show you what they're trying to do, though. I told people years ago, 2009, on the corners of 9th and 8th and Market, what they're going to do. I'm like, they're going to switch the narrative to where it's not going to be Muslim jihadists or Muslim radical jihadists or religious extremists, because they switched from Muslim jihadists to religion extremists. And I'm like, well, hold up. Religious extremists, religion is broad. What's to stop them from taking it off of Muslims and placing it on Hebrews, right? So they started using this verbiage, and I said, you know what? This is about the awakening. You can't tell me it's about Muslim extremists and all these others, and in the neighborhood where I live at, all the perks and money is going to the Arabs under multiculturalism, non-profit money that should go to us. It's the Arabs building new mosques. It's the Arabs setting up restaurants. It's the Asians coming in with rags on their head and all these others. And they're going to tell me that it's about Muslim extremists? I'm like, nah. It's the Arabs and the other people controlling all the nonprofit money in our communities. I said, it's about the awakening. They're going to pivot off of Arabs and move to Hebrews, right? Quote, unquote, I told everybody, that's the real play. Right? Now check it out. Now check this out. Right? Check it out. Look at this.
These are the Black Hebrew Israelites.
Look at that optic, right? And this guy had his cameraman strategically take these angles. And look at what they had on CNN. Right?
It's the most racist black people in America.
White people.
What are you doing with a whip in the middle of the street? Anyway. Look at this. Islam jihad training. I need y'all to check out the optics, folks. Look at this and look at this.
These are the Black Hebrew Israelites, the most racist black people in America.
White people are a virus. We don't hate white people. God hates white people.
You know what? I got to, let me tell you, and this is one thing I don't like about the internet to some degree, and I know people don't mean this. It seems like everything now, it's either a skit or someone is being paid to do something. Let me tell you, brothers and sisters, these guys right here are not paid to do this. Okay? I know because in my early to mid 20s, I was there for years. I would go there on Sunday mornings and all that, dressed up in all black with high-tech boots. Serious about it, too. They're not making this up. These people aren't paid to do this, brothers and sisters. Let me tell you, these brothers are there. They better be there before the doors open. Okay? or they'll be made to feel like the bottom of the earth. Okay? So they better be there. I know because I was there.
These are the Black Hebrew Israelites, the most racist black people in America.
White people are a virus. We don't hate white people. God hates white people. He created them to be hated. The only thing that a white person could give me is their life. The longer you exist, the more I'm oppressed. So
the longer you exist, the more I'm oppressed. And then look at this. I told you they was going to do it. In all black, too. In all black, too. Look. Look. And folks, I know that these brothers.
These are the Black Hebrew Israelites.
Let me tell you, I know these brothers aren't acting. Because this is what we were told to do. Make sure you're all black, you're all boots, you come in and you work your way up. You work your way up. You become an officer and on and on and on and on and on, and you get all these numbers. You get captain, general, whatever the case is. But this is where it starts. Okay? And from this part, all you got to do is be able to choose the group over a friend of yours, okay? And then you'll get rank. All right?
The most racist black people in America.
White people are a virus. We don't hate white people. God hates white people. He created them to be hated.
But my point is, they would like us to believe that this is the example of Israelites. That Israelites is some nationalistic military group. When we read the Bible, Israelites is a lineage. Now, if an Israelite chooses to become militant, that's because he's an individual that's what? That's violent. That's militant. It has nothing to do with him being or she being an Israelite. Israelite isn't a religion. Israelite isn't a movement. Israelites are people, a nation. Okay? Now, let me bring in the round table real quick. Blessings, brothers on Zoom. Come on in. Right? We got Bishop GOCC in the house. Bishop Amath. All of you can unmute real quick if you will. You can unmute if you're on Zoom. Unmute. Shalom. Just unmute, all of you. Shalom, Elder Rawchaa.
Shalom, sir. How you doing, sir?
Okay. Bishop Amath, shalom. How are you?
Shalom, sir. How are you?
Oh, you looking good, looking spiffy. All right. All right. I hope I would have Shamal in the house, but he's not there. It's okay. All right. He probably got to work in the morning. Very studious, man. Let me tell you, that young brother is on a level. I'm gonna tell you, the way he be looking at those scriptures is, I'm gonna tell you, I'm so proud of that young man. We have Malak Karab. How are you? Oh no, that's God. No, we got Bishop GOCC. How you doing, sir? Unmute, Bishop GOCC. And you can unmute too, Gaja. It's all good. Now.
Shalom, elders.
Blessings. Y'all can answer in the conversation any way y'all would like, and please hit the like button. Let's talk about this. I'm gonna go here. It seems people are confused. Being an Israelite is the same as one converting to a religion and or belief. Let me ask you, when it comes to loved ones and people around you who's been watching your walk, what is their perception of what they're witnessing with us identifying as Israelites? Anyone can chime in and give me the answer to that. What does the people around you take on your walk?
I just
Shalom. I just had that conversation today with a family member who is actually diving deep into Islam and explaining it. I was just saying we're a people that's reconnecting with our lineage, and we're charged to form communities around the earth that's explaining to the rest of the world how to serve the one true God in spirit and truth.
Okay.
And, you know, with that came a people that co-opted our identity. And it trickled down into even what you believe now and into modern Christianity. So there's confusion everywhere. So we've come back.
Yeah, but what I'm asking in particular, though, is what is their take on what you're doing? Not exactly what they're following. What is their perspective and their take on your
Yes,
work?
sir.
Yeah.
They probably perceive it somewhat to be, they know it's different. I would say borderline radical to them somewhat.
Okay.
Because it goes against everything that they believe and follow right now.
Okay.
Most.
Well, let me say this, since you mentioned out of nowhere, you got a family member who's seeking to convert to Islam for whatever reason.
Mm-hmm.
This particular book right here is what they need to read. Right? There's a book, I have it on my shelf right here, right? And I thought I would put it up there for everyone to see. This particular book is off the chains. What is this? Let me read it. Islam's The Other Black Diaspora, Black Slaves. Islam's Black Slaves. You give him this book and tell him to read this book and he'll understand the truth of who financed Islam and what is the real purpose behind it. I was talking about earlier how these other nations have gotten in the way of us learning our lineage, true purpose, and connection with our God in Christ and our Bible.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's their purpose, to be a wedge between us and our God, and to us and our true way of worship, to misdirect us into worshiping their false gods and idols. So give them this book, right? And it's deep that they would readily accept a slave religion, people who are responsible for enslaving us, than accepting a free way of a free faith above all religions, which is you being an Israelite, following the truth of Christ's doctrine. Right? Thank you, my brother.
Yes, sir. Repeat this for me, please.
What you say?
Can you repeat?
Can I repeat the name of the book?
No, repeat the question that you asked. That you asked.
Okay, yeah, I have them written down. Right? It seems people are confused being an Israelite as the same as converting to a belief or religion. People are confused in the two. So what I'm asking you is, what is the take that people you care about, what is their overall view with your walk concerning this awakening? And it's probably going to be easier for you being from Jamaica, because there was always there was always a root of Israel somewhere within the culture. It's more so harder for us in the States. But go on, what say you?
Just check this. I tried not to be too long-winded with this. When I just came into the truth, my family was going crazy. Talking about, my mother's side of family, my aunties, them was going crazy, saying that, I joined a cult. And coming from a matriarchal family as we have. You met my family, Elder. You met my mother and all of them.
Yeah.
They sent for my grandmother. They sent for her, They sent for my grandmother to come to England to set me straight. And when my grandmother came and she saw me, right? My grandmother looked at me and said, yo, listen, I know your son, you know. I know you from the day you're born. I hold you with them hands from the day you're born. I know you. And only God could make you doing this right now. And son, I am very proud of you. And hey, I tell you what, Ella, thinking about it now, man, bringing tears to my eyes, you get me? Because to get my grandmother approval, you get me? My grandmother, you talk about prayer warrior, staunch Christian lady that, yo, come Sunday, she walk around the house and make sure everybody up going to church. I remember when she moved back from the UK and she was, you know, she lived with us. She lived with us until my granddad died. And, you know, we had to be in church on a Sunday. It was something that we had to be. So when my grandmother come and see me holding the Bible and going into the precepts and breaking it down, she said, son, only God could have done this to you, because she knew the type of person I was before that. You understand me? My mother,
when
you
you
know,
say what type of person you were before that, what was that type of person?
The typical, you know, at the time I was like in my 20s, I was the typical, you know, the typical
hooligan.
You know, the typical hooligan, the typical out there doing the debauchery. You get me? I try, you know, trying to make it so nice. You get me? But you know, my grandmother knew. And what was surprising for me is that the relatives, them would have rather that person. And check it, you know. I mean, no way telling anybody I'm perfect. I mean, no way telling anybody, but I'm saying that they could have seen a difference. My grandmother could have seen a difference, that this is a different young man from the one I grew up and in the same house with and all of that stuff. Elder, listen, I don't want to incriminate myself or anything, but my grandmother knew I was doing things. My grandmother knew what I was up to, because enough of the things came back to the house. You understand me? It was, you know, it came back to the house. She knew about it. You understand me? She could smell weed smoking and all of these things. She could smell cigarettes. You get me? I remember one time she come into me and she said, son, you start smoke now? And I'm like, no, grandma, no, man, I'm not doing that. But yeah, man, she could smell it. You get me? She could smell it. She could, you know, the things, you know, she was living at the house. So when my parents were out, she was there. She was the one that was really seeing certain things go on, and then she would report it back to my mother and my father, probably in the night when they would have, you know, come home from whatever they were doing. You get me? So grandma knew me. So when grandma come England and she saw me, she said, "No, man, this is not a cult. No, man, this is God's work." My those were her words. This was she said that only God could make you do this. Only God. My mother, she cut out the Christmas. She don't eat pork no more. She keeps saying she wants to get baptized, but I think the weather keep holding her back in the UK. And I told her that whenever she come back to Jamaica, I'll put her in the water. You get me?
Well, listen, we'll be there. We'll be there next month. So if she wants some water, I'll take her to the water. No problem.
Yeah, man. You know what, Elder? She would go with you, you know. 100% she would go with you. You get me?
All right.
I understand? Because she came, man, 100%, man. 100%. She keep going, when Brother Rawchaa coming back over here? She keep asking. You get me? She keep asking. So
well, what you highlighted is a deep situation in of itself, because what the media don't publicize is how positively, when we find out we Israel, how that affects our community. When we were a detriment and a harm to our community, like Paul was, we become more so an asset, a positive influence. And guess what? They don't promote that piece of our people coming to the knowledge of the truth at all. And I'm talking about, listen, even when they're showing those brothers like Tazariak and all them marching and the discipline that comes with it, I don't agree with some of what Tazariak said, because I don't want them to use his words against him, only because I care about anyone that's in this truth, right? But I do know all of those men there are a positive contributing factor to their community compared to what they were before they knew the truth. And that's the piece they're not promoting through media. is that when you get a conscience towards the law and understand that you sinned against your God and harmed your own people, the fear of God takes over, and now you seek to repair what you helped contribute to, which was the negativity. I have so many positive stories of what people were. I'm talking about people who said, listen, one dude came up to me and said, listen, Rawchaa, I'm going to tell you right now, I was a cold killer. And he says, listen, I was a cold killer. I paid my time. And I'm talking to this brother one-on-one. He says, man, I never thought I could stand before a man with the word to say that I'm sorry for the harm I've done to my community and all that. He says, I still fear God with some of the things I've done, and I'm going to live the rest of my life making up for the negative I've done. I didn't know until I seen the law and opened up the book how dangerous I was. And you can see the tears in the brother's eyes. And you know what? Only the Most High could have done that, Gotcha. And guess what? The media will never talk about this. You can say what you want. A lot of these brothers say what they say, but they wouldn't harm anyone. And guess what? The government know that these people aren't violent. Because how long we've been teaching this truth on those corners and all that, you've never seen anything out of control. I'm talking about when I was coming up. You never seen someone get killed. You never seen someone get harmed. You never seen mass casualties. Even though there's a crowd around with strangers and people from different walks of life, it was all about keeping order, even while teaching the truth. And I'm gonna tell you, but the media don't want people to know about that. That people become better. Sisters who used to sell themselves and and look at themselves as less than, now see themselves, okay, as a daughter of Zion. As a daughter of Zion. Now that low esteem and all of that comes with being tore down in our society goes away, because they understand that they mean so much. They mean so much to this world and contributing to it, instead of just being someone to be utilized and used by the world. But they don't talk about that.
And I'll tell you what, Elder, right?
Yeah.
That's where I'm kind of at right now. I want to have the will of the Most High, the grace of the Most High. I want to have a more impact on my community coming from this standpoint. You understand me? Like I want a communal impact right now, because that was it. When I was younger doing foolishness, I was known for doing foolishness. So now I want to be known now. Yo, know me for this now, man. Know me for the church. You with me? The pandemic, the whole thing that went on with the pandemic, it's giving me a lot of talking points. A lot of people seeing what we said earlier early, and asking questions about it. You get me? So that's the impact I have with my families, and I think they've moved past the point of thinking I'm a part of a cult. My mother them understand that this is lifestyle. This is living. This is what we're gonna be until you understand?
Okay. Yeah. Now, thank you, Gotcha. I love you, and we're gonna impact. Our next initiatives going forward is to have that impact now, because now the churches, especially in our communities, are crying for people to come and save what's left of these churches. I'm gonna tell you that right now. After the pandemic, these churches have been gutted. No one is going to church anymore. So it's our position to go pick it up, because the Most High have leveled the playing field and want us to salvage what's left before the East Indians and others come in and bring their idols and utterly eradicate Christ from our community. That's their true plan. They cannot destroy us unless they take away the hedge first. So a lot of these idolaters are coming over with their idols and turning our churches into mosques and Hindu temples. That's intentional, because now there'll be no protection spiritually from us, because you can say what you want about Sunday church. I'm glad I grew up in that Sunday church, because it gave us discipline. It gave us etiquette. It gave us a fear of God. And guess what? We had to be there. You're talking about dressing nice, making sure your clothes was nice the day before. It gave us a discipline and love for our God that carried over to what we're doing now on the Sabbath. Now, the next thing I want to ask, let me bring in Bishop Amath. How you doing, Bishop Amath?
Shalom, sir. How you doing?
I'm doing well. Let me put this out there.
Yes, sir.
It seems like there's a double standard, right? Let me pull you in. It seems like there's a double standard, Bishop Amath. What do I mean by double standard? There's a double standard. Can you explain some of the double standards when you compare white Jews to black people who know they're Israelites or Jews? And should there be one rule for one and another rule for the other? If there are double standards, because it seems as if we all believe we're Jews, that we all should benefit under that belief system, right? So is there a double standard? And if you can point those out, what are they? And do it without the tropes or stereotypes that would lead to people claiming or thinking that, okay, that's anti-Semitic. So just give things on the surface of what the double standards are out there.
Well, you know, I definitely see the double standard. We've been a victim to it, like certain things of us claiming our lineage and things of that nature. It almost seems like it's taboo for us to claim who we are, right? When in fact, even if you were to deal with things like the word Semitic, my response to that word all the time is, who's Semitic? Who's Sem in the Bible, right? Because Sem, you know, obviously we know comes from Shem. So I sent you an article. That's what I texted you. That began in 1781. That's a fairly new statement. That's a fairly new terminology. So when you talk about whether or not we should both have the same manner of law, well, that's my rule of thought. Because if you're claiming to be something, but I know who I am as far as bloodline and lineage, the law should be the same. The outcome should be the same. So I understand the stereotypes. There's a lot of stereotypes, you know, and I'm not, like you said, for the sake of not putting something out there that would be banned, but to a large degree, I don't want to focus so much on the stereotypes, but more so, how comes it's not equal for us as far as what they receive and certain things that we should receive as well, claiming or not even claiming, but knowing who we are, right? It goes back to Romans 3, like you said, what advantage have the Jew, right? Well, there's a lot of advantages, right? There's advantages as far as what we see as influence. And then the chief thing is the oracles were committed. Well, based on the article I sent you, there was they came up with that term Semitic in the Goten School of History in 1781. Well, that same school of history is responsible for giving us the classifications of people. You understand, like African American, so on, a Caucasian, this and that and the third. Well, at the end of the day, we have to go back historically, biblically, and look, like we know if we're dealing biblically, Torah and Tanakh, it's one manner of law for us and everyone else. So that's where my stance is. The stereotypes, yeah, they're on both sides, but nonetheless, it should be one manner of law for everybody.
Thank you. You was able to quantify that. I appreciate it. But let's talk Turkey, right?
Yep.
Let's talk Turkey. Double standard, right? I'm an Israelite according to Lineage, right? Our people for years was saying we built the country. Everything that they have established, stock market, insurance companies, how to deal with property, you name it, was built off of the backs of the children of Israel who was enslaved not just in here. I'm talking about the Caribbean and all different areas. We built the economies of the earth. So let's talk Turkey. Let's just talk about from 1948 to the present, or up until 2024, right? Estimated in just in foreign aid, and that's not including military aid, money, $300 billion. Right? Now they showing military here, but there's another thing they're not showing. It's different because why? What they're not counting is the military aid within the United States itself. That's separate from the money that goes over into Israel. Right? For Israel. So these numbers are the bottom numbers. 80 billion in just economic funding, right? And 228 billion in what they would call recipient cumulative military aid. That's a double standard that you can get in the billions identifying as an Israelite or an Israeli. While the Israelites are suffering here, who built the country and have not yet received any level of financial compensation or financial justice. That's a double standard. I thought the advantage being a Jew is that you get what Jews get, or at least Israelites should get what Israelis get, right? And look at this. 2024. Data from 2024 from the March 23rd appropriations bill of April 26 bill preliminary, right? The April bill included an additional 5.4 billion that's not even in these numbers, folks. You're talking about a double standard. And see, and that's why I understand these Christians better get their heads out of their behinds. When they talking about it doesn't matter. If it didn't matter, you wouldn't have these people identifying as Jews. Even Paul tell you, let's go back to that. What advantage then have a Jew? There is a double standard. You're going to have an advantage as a Jew. Okay? The Bible tells you this. What advantage then have a Jew? That means there's an advantage. Or what profit is there of circumcision? Much every way, chiefly because that unto them were committed the oracles of God. And with the oracles of God comes the wisdom of how to run earth. See? The oracles of God, the wisdom within these scriptures. People talk about the 48 laws of power. Folks, every one of the 48 laws of power comes out of Ecclesiastes and Proverbs. Every last one of them. Mm-hmm. Outside of the deceitful stuff, the underhanded way of getting over on people. That's not in there. Because you have to be able to sleep at night. But all in all, the wisdom of the 48 laws of power, I'm talking about how to actually operate with other people and be able to succeed, is in the wisdom scriptures within the Bible, the oracles of God. Much every way, chiefly because that unto them were committed the oracles of God. Now, for what if some did not believe? See? You may not believe it's an advantage. See? You may think, well, it doesn't matter. We all the same people and we all one in Jesus. Jewish people are going to allow you to say that until the cows come home, because as long as you don't identify with nothing, no one owes you anything. If they identify with the people, they can point to what the world owes them. So let's talk Turkey. We're suffering and don't realize that as identifying as a Jew, you have the advantage. Because now you can say, well, hold up. Not that they will, but at least a conversation can be had. What's up with these billions of dollars that goes to Israelis? And if they can get the money and our people are suffering, how much more should the children of Israel receive? Now imagine if Israel was on code, all 12 tribes, and would stand on it and make it a reality, because nothing would be accepted other than you doing right, or we pull back our blessings in our hand and building your world. Folks, I'm going to tell you right now, they understand this. So you can run around and think. I'm going to let you in. You can run around and think that finances and prosperity and blessings, that comes, folks. That's part of the blessings that came through the promised people. When we fell, all of the nations got rich. Well, where did they get their riches from? The people who fell. See? So when we start identifying who we are, we began to ask the right questions. Where is our money? Where is our property? You owe the Jews. See how that works? Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. No, it sparked a light bulb when you said that, because when you talk about reparations, we argue the wrong point. The point should be that we're Israelites, we're Jews. So therefore, we should receive what's owed to us based off of who we are. If you can receive it, well, where's ours? Because when you talk about gaslighting, what happened in 2020 when they sent out the stimuluses? Then all of a sudden reparations came up. Well, how is that reparations when that went to every American, including us and everyone else? Well, that wasn't something specifically for us.
Exactly.
So they try to play it like, okay, it was just Israel, just Judah receiving that when everybody received that.
Yeah.
So that couldn't have been.
And also, I'm just jumping on what you're saying there. That is why they will never identify us as the children of Israel, because there's a recompense, there's a repayment that they're gonna have to do if they do that. It's like the whole slavery argument. They're saying slavery was a legal venture. Of course, it was legal. It was signed in by the Catholic Church. You with me? So if they start to take back now that was an illegal kidnap, then they're gonna have to pay for it. That is why they don't want to accept the fact that we are Israelites, and that the double standard when it comes to, we talk about it earlier, about having the monopoly on victim and being victims. You with me? They own that monopoly and don't want and they will tell us that we are anything else but who we are. Let me read it, please. Let me read it real quick. I'm in the book of Psalms. I'm in Psalms 83 real quick. Let me get that. Sorry, Ella, this is sparking me right now. This whole conversation right now have me guessing. I don't think I'm gonna be able to go to sleep in a bit because I'm hyped. You with me? This conversation have me going. All right. I'm in the book of Psalms. I'm in the 83rd chapter.
And when you get there, I'm gonna bring it up. I'm gonna let you do it. But let me tell you, that's why I'm along the lines. I like the way, even though I don't agree with everything he says, Tariq Nasheed, how he was able to meticulously concentrate on renaming Judah in America, right? He said FBAs, right? Foundational Black Americans, only from a political standpoint, right? So the reason why I like the way he's going about it is because he's making everybody say, well, hold up. Well, how is that you? What about us? But I know which way it's going, because it'll never happen through FBAs. The way it's going is the Jews already showed you how it goes. Imagine all of the 12 tribes identifying as who they are. Now it's not just about what you get from America. Now the template have been rolled out on how all the tribes are owed where they're from. A lot of them come to America because they've been deprived and been destituted and destroyed into third world status strategically from generation to generation. But if they know they're Israel now, just like, guess what? Jewish people understand that with that void, there's finances that comes with that identity. Right? So it ain't going to be FBAs because there's no identity where Egypt gave the Israelites or the FBAs the finances before Israel went into the wilderness. Right? So listen, Jewish people are showing you that the money was always there, but the identifying marker is you must claim it as the people, that's right, through the name God gave us. You can't stake claim through Negro, Puerto Rican, African and American, foundation, because there's no inheritance for that. That's why Jewish people will allow us to claim Africa all day long, because there's no spiritual inheritance for that.
Exactly.
And they'll say, since y'all want Africa, we'll just be the Jews.
Yo, you can have it.
Take it. Have that.
Take it.
You can have it.
You can have that.
Because there's no biblical claim for Africans to receive anything.
There's no power coming with claiming.
And see, I'm gonna tell you, they can't get away with it now, because they went before the international court consul, and then they came back to the United States and said what? That Jewish people have a biblical right, according to the Old Testament, to be in Israel. When they said that, I said, hold the horses, because now they're saying that there's finances for what they once claimed was a religious claim. So if it's not a religious claim and you got money for claiming to be Israel according to the people, well, who are the people the money belongs to? They set the president. So while everybody else is talking about the FBAs and all that, you better check out how the Jewish people, that's right, politically is using the Bible as an advantage. Because even though they'll tell you not to believe in the Bible, they wouldn't be over there if they didn't believe it. And they're cashing in using the name of Israel. Now you got it.
Yeah, man, definitely, man. And there's no power in claiming anything else but your true identity.
Yeah.
And they don't want you to have that identity. Why? Because the Bible says this. Psalms 83 verses 2, it reads, "For lo, thy enemies make a tumult, and they that hate thee have lifted up the head. They have taken crafty counsel against thy people, and consulted against the hidden ones." Yo, guess who the hidden ones are? Guess who don't know who they are? Guess who hiding? Guess who hiding under every identity under the moon?
You're right.
Except who they are. The hidden ones. Verse 3, they have taken crafty counsel against thy people, and consulted against thy hidden ones. Verse 4, they have said, "Come, and let us cut them off from being a nation." Verse 4, they have said, "Come, and let us cut them off from being a nation."
A race of people.
That the name of Israel may be no more in remembrance.
That's it. Because let me tell you with that name. Because with that name, the heavens must respond. Understand that the heavens must respond. It's now the Father saying, "My children are back. Let me go and let me stomp for them. Let me now." They've embraced their error. They understand that their forefathers sinned. Now the Father comes. Now we're protected. Now the blessings come, because now the prodigal son has returned home. But as long as you think you're everything else, the heavens can't respond to people who the Most High never named. And guess what? The Jews know this. So they got, you can talk about all the money they're receiving, but they're staking claim because the true owners don't know that there's an inheritance to collect.
They don't know there's a will. They don't know that the will.
Yeah.
That's man.
They don't even know. It's like a gold mine is right there. The Most High is just waiting to say, claim it.
But check this out. Even here with the scripture here, right, Elder, right?
Yeah.
When it tells you who doing it, right? We have an uncle that's upset that the promise came to our father. We have a brother that's upset that it came to our father. So when it says here that they have consulted together with one consent, they are confederate against thee. The tabernacles of Edom. Edom is our twin brother.
Yeah.
Only a twin brother who knows our identity could pull off a stunt like this.
Yeah.
The Ishmaelites, that's our uncle. Okay? The Ishmaelites of Moab and the Hagarenes of Moab. Moab are the children of Lot. Lot is actually our grandfather's brother. His family.
Yeah.
Okay? The Hagarenes are the children of our grandfather's first wife. Our first child's mother. Yeah. So it's close family that could have said, okay, yo, we have to make sure that they don't know nothing.
You talking about the Arabs? You talking about the Arabs? It's the Arabs, it's the Egyptians who distorted our history so that we couldn't connect back. And Esau. They working together.
Yes. They're the ones that are doing it. Gabal, Ammon, Amalek, and the Philistines with the inhabitants of Tyre. These are your Palestinians around there. All of these people were confederate in us being taken out of that region.
Yeah.
So no, it coming around now. They don't want to admit who we are. Somebody said it's our DNA. You can't do a DNA test over there right now. You go to jail for that.
Yeah. Do they know that it's illegal to do a DNA test in Israel? And guess what, folks? These DNA tests started coming up at a time where our people started first identifying as Israel. No other people outside the lost sheep is really trying to find their heritage. White Irish people know they're white Irish. Same thing with Germans. So they waited until Israelites began to look for themselves and say, well, we'll give them some DNA and get paid trying to fill a void that only God and the Bible can fill. So they don't allow DNA. That's number one. Over there. You can get locked up for doing DNA over there. Right? Mm-hmm. Now, let's examine that for a second when it comes to the DNA. That DNA test isn't worth what? Garbage. Folks, they did a test. Folks, they test a dog. And they did this to show you how ridiculous these tests came. They test a dog and it came back Nigerian.
Oh, God. You can't make this up.
See, listen, it's bogus. They just trying to fill a void and make you believe, and then you're 3% this, 2% this. By the time you're more confused after you receive the test than before you were taking it. You're more confused afterwards. It came back Nigerian. And that's when we knew it's a wild goose chase. It's have them like the proverbial dog chasing their tails while we stake claim. That's all it's about. While they stake claim. Go ahead, Elder Rawchaa.
Yeah, man, Elder. So this is it. When you ask about a double standard, oh my goodness, you with me? This is can we have something higher than a double standard? It is crazy, and it will forever be like that. Well, I think.
No, but one thing you left off that I wanted to just make sure I close it with this, in Psalms 83. Because if you don't know who you are and they start re-educating you and converting your children, the 12th verse is the end game. Arabs, Islam, Esau through his fake Christianity, because that's not the Christianity of the Bible, and the other nations. Here's their overarching plan, who said, let us take to ourselves the houses of God in possession. They will become continual possessions for our children. Property. We'll use their women to lay with. We'll throw their men in jail, and we'll train their children to serve us and look at their own as less than us. See how it works? That's the end game. That's the end game, folks. So I wanted to put that out there real quick. Go ahead, Gadja.
Yeah, man. Just that was what I was gonna just say. Then that this thing can only stop once we know our identity, and that's where it's going. Once the awakening is happening, people are waking up. Granted that we don't all believe the same things, but the fact is, the common denominator here really is that we are the people who the Bible speaks of. You with me? And we're waking up to that fact. And it's just a matter of time. The Holy Spirit will give that, will bring back all things to remembrance and will show the people them the truth. You get me? And that is what I believe that they are most afraid of.
Yeah. And so now our people are becoming more politically savvy now. We starting to realize these white nut job liberals and all these other people marching and all that, it isn't for certain causes that they claim they're fighting for at all. We come to find out after Doge, because they're letting the cat out of the bag with Elon Musk in this investigation, that all of this marching and protesting is because at the end of it, they can grab a piece of the nonprofit bag. The only reason people out there marching and all that is because they know how much in the federal funding will go towards their organizations if they can present a cause. And now our people's like, well, hold up. I thought they were marching for Palestine. They're marching for Palestine. They'll be in Palestine fighting right now. What marching in America gonna do for your people dying in Palestine? Come to find out, at the end of the protest, when they submit their applications, they're cutting checks and setting up businesses in the United States. So now our people are becoming more politically savage and say, Yola, you ain't getting us to protest and here it is, go hard in the paint and represent all of your causes, and our people are suffering right here. If there's a protest, I need you to show me where the money is first.
Hey, Elder, that's what they were doing in England. Not as big as what the USA doing, but in England they do that. They have the people and set up all of these non-profit, this Mothers for Justice, Fathers for this. You get me? And it was it's all money motivated.
That's all it is.
So when you think you out there for a cause, when you think you're out there defending civil rights or whatever you're defending, somebody's getting paid off of that.
Big time.
You get me?
See, you know how they do it? They tell me, look at those blacks. They're angry. They upset. Look, they're tearing stuff up. Hey, y'all better do something, man. Y'all better do something. And the next thing you know, these cats after the protest are cashing billion-dollar checks using us as an affront.
Exactly.
They're coming in and they know where the money is first before the protest. We coming in angry and leave angry broke. We come in angry and leave angry broke, and all of the organizers and all that, now they buying cars, the big houses, they're chilling. And now our people are gonna be like, nah, we ain't marching for nobody. Ain't no one marching for us. Where is our money? Let's talk the money. Let's talk the money first.
But this is not new, man. This is something that's been going on constantly, for years, decades. Yeah. Somebody getting paid. I heard one person say, listen, if you have a problem with Ukraine, you send your children over there to fight and you pay them to go and do it. You do that. You understand? It's like you said, people waking up right now, understanding the game and the trickery that they've been doing. You with me? And not into politics, man, but audit in the government the Doge was a big
I didn't want to. I'm just showing you how the double standards are, folks. That's what I wanted to go into. Our people better look at our circumstances and how other nations are being funded to undermine and to destroy us. We're disappearing, is what I'm talking about. They're slowly putting us down, and the finances, these nonprofit finances, are behind it. And it's time for us to become not just scripturally, but politically astute. Right? Like, no, listen, we got to look at the Egyptian blueprint. That's where we are. We must study that to the time where Pharaoh got fed up with us, to the time where they paid us to get out of there because the Most High was jacking them. But all in all, they were united, and we did nothing unless we agreed on one front. And that's another double standard. Jews are together. Why aren't the Israelites together? See? So they benefit from our disunity. And we can't blame no other people for this, because the truth is here now. We have no excuses now that the truth is here, not to come together and to be able to have the righteous conversations in a time such as now. That's what it's about. People talk about the money and all that. I'm gonna tell you, it's deeper than the money. Right? Because the advantage is what? The Most High give you the resources to run things. That's where the money comes in. Money is a defense. But the fact that our people are suffering, and they use our suffering to get paid on top of our suffering with us having nothing, it's time that we understand the advantage of being a Jew. It's time for us to understand it. People complaining about what they're doing. Well, how better can the children of Israel do it in righteousness if we're the people? So listen, I don't blame them for staking claim to something our people refuse to stake claim to. Can't blame them for that. Who had the last words here? Any first of all, thank the leaders for coming in.
If you could pull up Hebrews 9 and 15, I think that would edify not just for people that are on the fence, but also Christians too, because it talks about the inheritance, right? And you read a document earlier where it stated that the so-called Jewish people, they believe that you don't even need to convert in to believe that there needs to be a Messiah there or a Savior.
Yeah.
Well, in Hebrews 9, it tells you that old covenant isn't the covenant under it. It's under Christ's blood, under the new testator. So the eternal inheritance comes from Christ.
Let's read it.
Yes, sir. So this is Hebrews 9 and 15. It says, and for this, yes, sir.
And for this cause, speaking of Christ, he is the mediator of the New Testament, that by means of death, for the redemption of the transgressions that were under the first testament, they which are called might receive the promise of eternal inheritance. That's deep. For where a testament is, there must also be a necessity of the death of the testator. And that's deep, because Christians are dealing with the New Testament and they don't even understand. They talk about the eternal inheritance and don't even realize the eternal inheritance is to Israelites. It's why Christ shed his blood. It's to what you don't want to stake claim to. Right?
And they don't even, and other people don't even believe.
Check it out. It's like someone who cared about you and loved you and left you this grand inheritance. And you're going now to the lawyers and all of that with some janky paperwork saying it belongs to you. And there's the name is Israel on the inheritance, and you're coming with paperwork that says Negro. Right? You got some janky paperwork talking about, look, I'm African American. And they're saying, well, hold up. All of this is for Israel. You sure you don't want to be Israel? Oh no, I'm just a soul. I'm just a soul within the universe. And you're broke. And you're spiritually broke because the inheritance is here and a different name must claim it. How can you know the New Testament and not know that there's an inheritance attached to the new covenant and wonder why another people is benefiting above all other people? What are they claiming? Let me read it. You want me to finish reading it?
Yes, sir. Finish that last verse.
16?
Yes, sir.
For where a testament is, there must also of a necessity be the death of the testator. For a testament is of force after men are dead. Otherwise, it is of no strength at all while the testator liveth. Wherefore, neither the first testament was dedicated without blood. For Moses had spoken every precept to all of the people, according to the law. He took the blood of calves and goats with water and scarlet wool and hyssop and sprinkled both the book and all the people, saying, this is the blood of the testament which the Most High had enjoined unto you. Moreover, he sprinkled the blood both in the tabernacles and all the vessels of the ministry. And almost all things are by the law purged with blood, and without shedding of blood is no remission. That's it.
That's it.
So through Christ's blood comes an inheritance. So our faith in this truth is to receive what our forefathers lost. And you cannot stake claim to that inheritance unless you're Israel. Now what? And if you don't try to claim it, don't worry about it. There's some people that's probably that are white German right now, Christians, who will convert and say, let me get a piece of that Israelite pie. Even though it's carnal, because our people don't understand what belongs to us. Even the enemy who destroyed us are staking claim to it. Hey, with that, what I can do real quick, if elders and bishops, I thank you all for chiming in. You all, I mean, I don't know what I would do without you brothers, man. I'm talking about the love you have for this work and have helped as pillars to continue this work throughout the earth. I mean, I really appreciate you brothers, man. If y'all have anything to say, y'all can say it real quick. In the meantime, what I can do, if y'all don't want to say anything, I would like to say this. And I thank the Most High for certain brothers who were also Israelites. Let me put it up here real quick, because they didn't deny their position and understanding the value of who they were. Who's this? William Tyndale, a black man who's responsible for the first Bible. Okay? The first Bible that was compiled before King James was through a black man who was an Israelite, a Jew from the tribe of Judah, William Tyndale. Okay, and let's do one better. Let's do even one better. A black man by the name of King James. They lied on this man, claimed that he was a homosexual and all this crap, and he had all these children and a wife. Never was a homosexual. A black man by the name of King James, who came from the direct bloodline of Joseph and Christ, who sat on 3 thrones at one time. And that's why they call it the Dark Ages, claiming they don't know what happened there. The children of Israel ruled against the Roman Empire when when Europe was split and the black men ruled. Not just any black men, Judah. King James was a black man. Okay? Who understood he was from the tribe of Judah and had a race against time. He had to compile the Old and New Testament before the Wessex family, the Germans would come in and assume the throne after the beheading of the remnant of the children that were left from King James. He knew that white people would assume his position as King and Prince Charles as we see today, who are Edomites. The answers have always been in the Bible. Now, if you don't know the importance of this Bible and the truth concerning us being Israel, after tonight, there's not much we can say. Okay? At the end of the day, if you are confident or are satisfied with being lost, okay, that's your issue. If you're satisfied not understanding what's going to happen and what part we as God's people play in all of this as Israelites, if it doesn't concern you, hey, you're gonna fall through your own folly. Okay? That's where that goes. Anything y'all would like to say before we end out, young men? The floor is yours.
No, sir.
All right. Well, thank you. Y'all get some rest, and we'll talk to y'all soon. And guys, I'm gonna call you up a little later, my brother, right?
Yes, sir. Blessings. Enough love to everybody, bishops, deacons, elders, everybody here tonight. Thanks for having me, Elder. Thanks for inviting me to this broadcast, man. I've been under the weather for a couple of days, so this is like a lift for the spirit. You would even know.
Oh yeah. It's like old time. Hey, it's time. It's time to pull this together. There's no better remedy than the Spirit of the Almighty through that word. It's medicine, brother. Medicine.
Definitely.
All right, it's medicine. You ready to run through a wall now? I see you. Right. All right.
Blessings, man.
All right, blessings. I see you. I talked to you. Also, Elder Lawya, thank you, and you all have a good night. And what I'll do is I'll open it up real quick for one or two people who like to come in through YouTube and have a quick word, and then we'll conclude for this evening.
Yes, sir.
The Most High is calling back the children of Israel. All right. So again, Elder Lawya, you can go ahead and get some rest, and I'll speak with you soon, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, good night.
All right, shalom.
And again, week 7 of your Hebrew and Bible Academy coming up. And yes, I do have some giveaways to give you all. Signed by Elder Lawya and myself. We're going to sign them this weekend and send them out. A bunch of books to give out. So for those who would like to be a part of that, go to historytimes.org. We have a full 6 weeks left. And if you do enroll, we'll make sure we'll send out the extra 6 weeks you've missed. All right. It's been an edifying lesson today, and if you don't know what an Israelite is, hey, I don't know what to tell you. What is an Israelite? Israelites defined, you found out tonight, okay? We have nothing to do with the religion that's called Judaism. Even though people have a freedom to convert to that, that has nothing to do with the Bible, Old and New Testament. That's a separate religion in of itself, okay? With that, I'm going to give y'all about 1 minute for 1 or 2 people who would like to come in. And if not, we're going to wish you all a good night. Right? You know what? It's time to wrap up. You all have a great night because somebody will come in and I'll be in for another 30 minutes. So I know what time it is. You know what I mean? I'm going to have to bridle myself on this one. With that, I'm going to say shalom. You all have a good night. Thank you, elders, deacons, bishops, brothers. And, hey, let's finish the work.
Shalom. Shalom.
Shalom, Mark Young.
Blessings, and keep in mind that the Most High is calling back the children of Israel, and that's right. And again, if you don't believe in Christ, then it doesn't matter, okay? You're going to fall as a heathen at the end of the day. So Israelites is one thing, but being in Christ is what's more important. With that, I'm going to say, may the Most High be with you. Stay prayed up, sin not, and keep in mind that the Most High is calling back the children of Israel. And yes, we are the children of Israel. And we're back. Good night.
The Arabs and Africans told us
at gunpoint,
together our wives and children then sold us. In the belly of these great ships we traveled in fear. By the rivers of Babylon we found our brothers here. Together us in Colombia, Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans, highest gathering Israel, Judah, the Negroes, Benjamin, the West Indians, Levi, the Haitians, highest gathering Israel. Asher in Colombia, Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans. That's who we be, Judah, the Negroes, Benjamin, the West Indians, Levi, the Haitians, Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, and Valley from the Isles of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulun from Panama, Gad, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans, our highest gathering Israel.